Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. 15 minutes to race number one here on our Courageous Lady program. Race number four, make the driver of number four, Adventureful Pete, Tyler Smith. In the fourth race, put Tyler Smith on the four, Adventureful Pete. In the eighth race, Brett Miller will drive the five, Entered to Win. Eighth race, put Brett Miller on the five. In the 12th race, scratch number 8, Gold Digger King, scratched Sick. 12th race, take out the 8, Gold Digger King. No changes in the 13th race. That's the $100,000 Courageous Lady. Note the guarantee for the 20-cent Super High Five will be $20,000. And in race number 14, Marty's Magic Moment will be driven by Tony Hall. Put Tony Hall on the 2 in the 14th. Track is good, 54 degrees, windy night. Light rain in the forecast as we are 14 minutes from race number 1. It should be a great night here, starting with the first 8 races being the Ohio Fairs Championships, all going for $50,000. Then in race 13, the $100,000 Courageous Lady, taking a look at the field right there. Full field of 9 3-year-old pacers led by Morning Line favorite number 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip, who makes her last career start right here at MGM Northfield Park. Don't forget the Pick 5 carryover, $2,880. So the estimated pool, $15,000. And those two special $20,000 guarantees in the late Pick 4 and the 13th race Super High Five. "13 minutes from race number 1. It's a 2-year-old filly Ohio Fairs Championship for $50,000. Exact the trifecta, 20-cent Super High Five, and early daily double wagering. We're 13 minutes from the opener. Best of luck tonight here at MGM Northfield Park. Race fans, don't forget we also have a couple of promotions going on downstairs. We have the Pumpkin Patch prize drawings. Registration taking place from now until 9 o'clock. Enter to win a chance to pick a pumpkin in our Pumpkin Patch prize drawing. You can win cash, gift cards, concert tickets, and cookware. Registration ongoing until 9 p.m. We also have the Take a Shot. You can win cash and match play. That's from 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. And lastly, the Pace for the Cure, which goes as race number 9 here tonight. It's a special race for the Courageous Lady undercard, featuring all female drivers. In addition to that, we have a raffle which is being held to help raise funds for the American Cancer Society. That raffle will begin at 6 p.m. and will conclude when the female race is over. And there will be some prizes to win that have been put apart for the Pace for the Cure. So, 12 minutes to race number 1. Fun night coming up here at MGM Northfield Park. Best of luck. We have our first pumpkin patch drawing winners before the horses come out for the first. Doug Markle, Sylvester Smiley, Jake Westfall, Tim Romanini, Christopher Gray, and Christina Floro. That's for the pumpkin patch drawing that's taking place at the promotions table. So if you heard your name, please check downstairs for the pumpkin patch drawing. Pacers for tonight's first race, stepping out to the track. 2-year-old Pacing Fillies, Ohio Fair Championships. Number 1, Western Time, is owned by Haley Carter, trained by Steve Carter with the services of Chris Page. 2, Vintage Queen, owned by Danny Hostetler, trained by Chris Hirschberger, teaming up with Jordan Stratton. 3, Outspoken Izzy, is owned by Travis Boring, trained by Brian Boring, using Aaron Merriman. 4, Cinderella's Dragon. Scott Zeron drives trainer Chris Hirschberger and owner Bob Troyer. Number 5, Gorgeous Ivory. Owned by Renee Holsko and the Crazy Parrot Farm, trained and driven by Ken Holliday. 6, Legend and Cress, owned by Mossberger. 4, Martin and Kemper, trained by Steve Carter, teaming up with Austin Hanners. 7 is Rockin' Rael, owned by the Levan Stables, Levan, and Heffinger, trained by Hank Levan, who will drive. And the 8, This Is the Day, owned by the Power Play Racing 87, trained and driven by James Day. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Super High 5, early daily double wagering. Gold Sheep Bob and I are both going to start this night with the 6, Legend and Cress, back-to-back winner in her last 2 fair attempts. This is a horse that did race in the Buckeye Stallion Championship, finished 6th that day. It just was able to pace 55-3 at Dayton last time out, won by a length and a half. Austin Hanner's choice here, landing with the 6, Legend and Cress out of the Steve Carter barn, who holds a strong hand here as he's got the top 2 morning line favorites. I'm going to land on the 6, Legend and Cress here for second. I'll throw in the 3, Outspoken Izzy. Moves into the hands of Aaron Merriman here for the first time. We did see her at Northfield. That was after a 3-week break. Did come home in 31-2, so it wasn't all that fast pacing home, but the race itself was okay. Outspoken Izzy with Merriman here from a good trip. Thought that she could factor into things, although she's taking a lot of play right now. 3-1 on the board off that 15-1 morning line. And for third, I will use the 1 Western Time, also out of the Steve Carter barn. 4 wins in her last 5 attempts. I'll use her from the rail. 6-3-1-2 for me. Gold Sheep Bob 6-1-8-2. Best of luck here in the opener. Wings of the gate open for the first of 15 times tonight. 2-year-old Pacing Fillies behind the car. First of 8 fair championships lined up at the head of the stretch. 2-year-old Pacing Fillies. Here they come. They're off, they're pacing. Legend and Crest gets the first call, and she quickly guides down to the pylons for Austin Hanners as Western Time, her stablemate, will tuck into that pocket spot as they move around that clubhouse turn. Moving up on the outside is Rockin' Ray L to the outside of Vintage Queen, and now Rockin' Ray L is trying to take back and forth, land in front of Outspoken Izzy from 5th. James Day with This Is the Day. Up on the outside, advancing from last, now up to be 6th outside of Outspoken Izzy. Gorgeous Ivory toward the rear of the field, only in front of Cinderella's Dragon, who's the slowest to commence. So the 2-year-olds head past the opening quarter in 28 and 3. And Legend and Crest was bet down to 2 to 5, and she front steps the field into the far turn with Western Time, her stablemate, on her back 2nd. Vintage Queen continues at the pylons 3rd. Rockin' Ray L 6 lengths behind from 4th. Then Outspoken Izzy. This Is the Day's gone a tough 3/8. She's up on the outside, now moving into 5th. Gorgeous Ivory 7th. And Cinderella's Dragon last of them all. Chasing Legend and Crest down to the halfway point here. It's Legend and Crest, a length and a half to the good of Western Time as they complete lap 1 in 58 and 3. 30 in that second panel. Vintage Queen continues the pace at the pylons 3rd, but now she's about 5 lengths behind. She's not really keeping up with Western Time. This Is the Day outside of Rockin' Ray L. Outspoken Izzy was caught in a shuffle as Gorgeous Ivory moves up at her outside, and Cinderella's Dragon still the back marker. They pace by 5/8 and head to 3/4. It's been all Legend and Crest. Western Time is right there 2nd. 3 lengths clear of Vintage Queen from 3rd. Rockin' Ray L continues to be 4th. This Is the Day starts to spin her wheels. They're at 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Less than a quarter of a mile to go in the opener, and Legend and Crest is starting to get some separation. She's built up a 3-length advantage on Western Time. They've left Vintage Queen behind from 3rd, then Rockin' Ray L. They make their way to the top of the stretch. Legend and Crest off the turn, and she's clear by 4 lengths. Western Time is 2nd. It's a distance back to Vintage Queen. It's all Legend and Crest, who's wrapped up here by Austin Hanners. Never an anxious moment for the big favorite. Her stablemate 2nd. Steve Carter 1-2 in the opener. Vintage Queen 3rd, 157 and 3. Six, Legend and Crest was posted first. Number 1, Western Time is 2nd. 2, Vintage Queen 3rd. There's a photo for 4th. Five, Gorgeous Ivory 4th, and 4, Cinderella's Dragon completes your high 5. The results are unofficial: 6-1, 2, 5, and 4. Coming back to the winner's circle is the 6, Legend and Crest, owned by Mossbarger. 4, Martin and Kemper, trained by Steve Carter, driven victory by Austin Hanners. She was bred in Ohio by the Midland Acres, a 2-year-old bay filly by Bit of a Legend out of Trey Crest by Towner's Big Guy. 9th lifetime win, give her 3 in a row. 157 and 3. The results are now official. 6, 1, 2, 5, and 4. Exacta $6.40. The trifecta $31.40, and the 20-cent super high five $47.58. Here's the rundown of the first. Western Time was second. Vintage Queen was third. Outspoken Izzy sixth. Cinderella's Dragon fifth. Gorgeous Ivory fourth. Legend and Crest the winner. Rockin' Ray L was seventh, and This Is the Day was eighth. Top down 2, 3, 6, 5, 4, 1, 7, 8 on the bottom. Circle of 6. Legend and Crest 157 and 3. Race 2 trotters are next. It's for 2-year-old trotting fillies. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 4. Ohio Fairs Championships here. Coming up, full field of 8 with no changes. After the replay, Gold Sheet Bob and Dave Bianconi in the winner's circle with a pick 4 analysis.
All right, welcome to Courageous Lady Night 2023 here at Northfield Park. I'm joined by Gold Sheet Bob. He's going to be bringing you the winners all night. We've got stakes galore with Ohio Fair Stakes, Ohio Sire Stakes, and, of course, the Courageous Lady. And, Bob, who do you like here in this early $1 all-stakes pick 4?
Well, I have a $36 play, and in this first leg, race number 2, I'm using the 1, 3, and 4, with my top selection being the 3, Desert Haze. This one has won 5 in a row before coming in second last week to Thaler Hanover, and that's a drop in class. Last week's was tougher than that, and I think he's going to go to the lead. If he races like last time where he finished second, he should get the job done. But I also used the 4, Aerogen. This 25-1 long shot here wins at 32% for the trainer Daniel Hay, and he's hit the board in 11 straight races, gets King Kaufman in the bike, which is an upgrade, and it's a good long shot to include on the ticket.
All right, so 3-4 in the second race. How about race 3?
Race number 3, I like the 2, 4, and the 7, with my top pick being the 7, Drinking My Baby Goodbye. This one was won 7 out of 8 races and finished second to Janelle Granny, but came back the next week and beat her. So I think from post number 7, he's going to be a long shot, 12-1 in the morning line. He has a big shot in here. But I also include the 2, Dance in Style. This one has won 8 out of 9 when he's got the leader pocket, and now gets big upgrade to Ronnie Wren Jr., and if he avoids an early speed duel, he can get the job done as well.
Yeah, a lot of these fair horses come in with a lot of wins on the season to make it to this final. More fair stakes action in the fourth. Who do you like in there?
In there, I'm going to use the 5 and the 6, with my top selection being the 5, Smoke It Steady. Now, this one, when he stayed flat, has hit the board in all 9 races when flat, and that's basically with Ty Loy, the trainer, driving. And Ty Loy is an impressive 43% on 2-year-olds, and now he gets off the reins to Ronnie Wren Jr. When that happens, usually means a green light, and the horse is going to be 100% and run a big mile. And I also use the 6.
So 5, 6 in race 4, and you're going to close it out with in the fifth race for 3-year-old fillies.
This one I like the 4 and the 8. Trey Rock is obviously going to be the favorite, as he's made $74,000 this year and won the Iron Maiden Series at 153-1. But my top selection is going to be the 8 at 25-1 in the morning line. This one here has one big move. And last time here at Northfield Park, got locked inside, shook free late, and was flying late. Ended up getting 3rd or 4th, but would have won if the final was another 50 feet. And now you get Scotty Z in the bike. That's always a good thing. I think he could blow up the tote board at 25-1 if you get a little post-8 luck.
All right, so $36 play here in race 5, as you mentioned. Big long shot, well said, Eliana. Scott Zeron in the bike. A lot of power steering here tonight on Courageous Lady Night, Bob. We'll see some other big stakes coming up, of course, in the 6th race with the guaranteed pick, or the estimated pool in the pick 5, and then the big $20,000 late pick 4 as well.
Carry over in the pick 5, too, of $2,800. Should make it for a nice pool there. And it's a pretty tough sequence. You'll be rewarded if you can get it right.
All right, they should be coming out for race 2 any minute.
Coming out to the track for tonight's 2nd race, 2-year-old trotting fillies. Number 1 is Home Run Queen, owned by Wayne Mast Jr. and Stephen Miller, trained by Wes Hirschberger. Darren Harvey with the lines. 2 is Instant Fortune L, owned by the Levan Stables, Levan and Deem Racing, trained by Hank Levan, who's in the bike. 3, Desert Haze, by the Hayter Stables, Gregory Bateson. Greg Bateson trains and drives. 4, Aero Gen, Kane Kaufman at the controls for owner-trainer Daniel Hale. 5 is Phyllis L, owned by the Levan Stables, Megan Levan and Rosemary Levan, trained by Hank Levan with Chris Page up. 6, Money Snatcher, owned by Beaver Zehendelar and Homan, trained by Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman pilots. 7, Fool Me Moxie. Eric Miller drives for trainer Isaiah Shrake, who co-owns with Terry Shrake. And the 8 is Benny KL, owned by the Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Max and Edward Perry, trained by Hank Levan, using Louis Levan. Exacta Trifecta, $1 pick 4. All stakes pick 4 here. Back in race number 1, top selection Legend and Crest right down the road as Steve Carter got him to line up 1-2 and got the job done that way. As we flip over to race number 2, where Gold Sheep Bob and I will agree once more with the 3, Desert Haze. This is a horse that had rattled off a lot of fair victories in a row. Before coming here to Northfield a couple weeks ago, did get beat by 3 lengths that day behind Thaler Hanover. Came home in 29-3, 201-2 for the mile. Desert Haze, I just thought she was the horse to beat here. I'm going to put her on top. For second, I went to the 5, Phyllis L, out of the Hank Levan barn. Moves into the services of Chris Page here tonight. This horse that was only beaten by 4 lengths in the Buckeye Stallion Consolation here at Northfield just a week ago. That was from the rail. Was a big price that day. She finds a little bit softer field, so I'll put her second. And for third, I used the 7, Fool Me Moxie. Had to overcome a second-tier starting at the fair tracks. I feel like that's tough to do. If you go back before that second tier at the Coshocton Fair, had rattled off 2 wins in 2 seconds, and her 4 recent tries is 10 for 13 on the board this season. So I threw her in as a long shot, but I'm keying everything on the 3, Desert Haze. 3-5-7-1 for me. Gold Sheet Bob 3-1-4-2. Best of luck in this upcoming second race. Start of the pick 4. Two-year-old Filly Trotters make their way behind the starting car for the Ohio Fairs Championships. Last chance to wager. Start of the pick 4. At the head of the stretch, off and trotting, and Aerogen makes a break. Aerogen is off stride as Instant Fortune L comes out swinging from the center of the pack. Toward the inside is Home Run Queen as they round that first turn. Desert Haze slides up to be third. Money Snatcher will drop to the pylons in fourth in front of Phyllis L. Gets away racing in fifth as they move across the backstretch. Fool Me Moxie is racing in sixth. They're being followed by Aerogen, who regathered herself, and she's in seventh, now being passed by Benny KL. So they travel up the backstretch for the first time, and it's Home Run Queen from the rail who got the lead in just 30 3/5 seconds. Instant Fortunelle trotting at the pylons in second, 2 clear of Desert Haze. The race favorite is third. Money Snatcher racing in fourth for Merriman, about 6 lengths off the top. They're being followed by Phyllis L, who's racing in fifth, 2 clear of Fool Me Moxie from sixth. On the outside is Benny KL, and at the rear is Aero Jen after her early miscue. It's Home Run Queen dictating things on the front end tonight as Desert Haze glides off the rail from third, and she'll come first up to the outside of Instant Fortunelle as they come to the halfway point in 101 4/5. Home Run Queen and Desert Haze, the two favorites, throwing it down here as they go to the clubhouse turn. Phyllis L was able to get off the rail, and she'll be second up outside of Instant Fortunelle, who's locked in the box. Money Snatcher now shuffled to fifth, 2 clear of Fool Me Moxie, who's trying to tighten in from sixth. Then comes Aero Jen as they move across the backstretch, and Desert Haze pokes a nose on top. Home Run Queen at the pylons. These two throwing it down over to 3/4, and Home Run Queen up for a fight, and she's trying to turn away Desert Haze. They're at 3/4 in 1:31 2. Into the far turn they move. Home Run Queen the leader, now by half a length on Desert Haze. Phyllis L starting to trot home well from the back. She moves to the inside as they come around the far turn. Desert Haze on the outside of Home Run Queen, and now Desert Haze is back in front. Home Run Queen at the pylons. Phyllis L, Money Snatcher trying to rally from the back. Top of the stretch, and Desert Haze has a nose on top. Home Run Queen, Money Snatcher diving down low. Phyllis L late. In deep stretch, it's Desert Haze. Desert Haze will prevail. Home Run Queen might have been second over Phyllis L, 2:02 2. Three, Desert Haze first. 1, Home Run Queen was second. 5, Phyllis L third, and 6, Money Snatcher is fourth. 3-1-5-6 posted on the board, unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle is the 3, Desert Haze. Greg Bateson, the winning driver and trainer who co-owns with the Hader Stables. She is a 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of Vegas Sunset by DeJarmbro. Bred in Ohio by Ellen Bellamore and Michigan by Ernest Ayers. 7th lifetime win. She equals her lifetime best of 2:02 2. The results are now official, 3-1, 5, and 6. Exacta $10.60, the trifecta $24.60, and the early double winning combination of 6 and 3, $5.40. Here's the complete order of finish. Home Run Queen was second. Instant Fortune L was sixth. Desert Haze the winner. Aerogen seventh. Phyllis L was third. Money Snatcher fourth. Fool Me Moxie was fifth. And Benny KL was eighth. 2, 6, 1, 7, 3, 4, 5, 8 on the bottom. Circle the 3. Desert Haze 202 and 2/5. Race 3 in 6 minutes for 2-year-old horse and geldings. Pacers exact the trifecta. 20-cent super. No changes. Pacers for tonight's third race step up onto the track. Freshman Horse and Geldings Ohio Fairs Championship.
Okay, I found this on the web.
Number 1 in his time, owned and trained by Betty Clegg with the services of Keith Cash Jr. Gerald Mijal owns the 2 Dance in Style, Steve Novak Conditions, Ronnie Wren Jr. Pilots. 3 Stonebridge Drago, owned by the Miller Racing Stable, Amazing Racing Stable in Hayes, trained by Ryan Miller, teaming up with Drew Neal. Richard Owings owns the 4 Dragon Medicine. Alex Hawk drives for trainer Earl Owings. Peggy Carter and Sheila Hummel co-own the 5 Bronx Drifter, Steve Carter Conditions, Austin Hanners at the controls. 6 is Cinder Lane Cruiser, owned and trained by Betty Clegg. Aaron Merriman sits behind. 7 Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye, owned and trained by Daniel Hale, Kane Kaufman in the sulky. And the 8 Risky Rocker, Ryan Stahl drives for owner-trainer Betty Clegg. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta wagering here for the third race. Back in the second race, Gold Sheep Bob and I both agreed on top with the 3 Desert Haze. We're able to get that promise home. 202 and 2 as we flip over to race number 3. Gold Sheep Bob and I agree one more time here with a 7 Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye as we try to sweep the early 3 races here. This is a horse that rattled off a bunch of fair wins in a row, then went to the Delaware County Fair and the Ohio Breeders' Championships. Had to come first up into Janelle Granny, ended up getting beat about 8 lengths that day, but followed it up and actually beat Janelle Granny back at the Coshocton Fair just 2 weeks ago. So Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye does have to overcome post 7 tonight, little wide draw, but she's going to be a price on the board. She's 9-1 right now. I got her on top. For second, I'll use the 4 Dragon Medicine. Was only beaten a half a length at the Delaware County Fair in a Buckeye Stallion event to Hi-Ho Silver. Then finished second last time out at the Dayton event, that fair that they had in 54 and 3. So Dragon Medicine has had some sharp miles on the big tracks. I'll put Dragon Medicine second here. And for third, I use the 2 Dance in Style. Now moves into the services of Ronnie Wren Jr. Finished fourth in a Buckeye event at Delaware County Fair, but did win the fair event just 2 days prior to that at Delaware in 55 and 1. So Dance in Style, definitely from the inside draw, can factor into things here. But I'm going with a price on top. 7425. Gold Sheep Bob 7246. Best of luck, race 3 coming up. Wings of the gate open for tonight's third race. 2-year-old horse and gelding pacers for the Ohio Fairs Championships. Field of 8 on gate. Off and a pacing, Dancing Style and Dragon Medicine. These two leave together. Down at the inside is In His Time as they bend onto that first turn. Stonebridge Drago gets away racing in the 4th spot as Dance in Style cuts the corner up into the front. In His Time trying to secure the pocket. Dragon Medicine on the outside of rivals 3rd. Stonebridge Drago racing in 4th. Bronx Drifter tightening in from 5th as they move across the backstretch. Then Cinder Lane Cruiser, who's got 2 beaten. That's Drinking My Baby Goodbye, who's second last to only Risky Rocker. Opening quarter up in 28 and 3, and Dancin' Style takes the field into the far turn for the first time with In His Time, getting that cozy 2-hole ride as Dragon Medicine is parked out here in 3rd, outside of Stonebridge Drago. Cinderlane Cruiser comes off the rail, moving to the outside of Bronx Drifter. Then comes Drinkin' My Baby Goodbye, who's 7th, and Risky Rocker is 8th, but only 8 lengths off Dancin' Style, and Ronnie ran on a tight hold coming to the halfway point. Dragon Medicine asked to quicken the tempo up on the outside, now just 3 parts of a length behind as they complete the first lap in 59 and 1. In His Time is 3rd, Cinder Lane Cruiser, Little Rocky there racing in 4th, Stonebridge Drago at the pylons racing in 5th. Drinking My Baby Goodbye comes off the rails, she's into the outer flow, outside of Bronx Drifter and Risky Rocker the back marker. So they pace by 5/8 and head to 3/4. Dancin' Styles put up all the numbers with a 2-length advantage on Dragon Medicine. In His Time is locked in. Drinking My Baby Goodbye, he's advancing up 3 wide now to be 4th, outside of Stonebridge Drago, who's back to 5th. 3/4, 127 and 4, 28 and 3 backside, and Dancin' Style takes the field around the far turn. He's built up a 4-length advantage. Dancin' Style getting away from Dragon Medicine, who's been parked every step. Drinking My Baby Goodbye's out there 3 wide. Then In His Time, Bronx Drifter shaking free, but it's all too late as Dancin' Style at the top of the stretch with a 7-length advantage. Dance in Style with a dominant performance here in the fair finals. Going to be a good photo here for 2nd. Maybe Dragon Medicine. Stonebridge Drago was rallying at the inside, tight for place behind Dance in Style, 156 and 2. Returning back here to the winner's circle is number 2, Dancin' Style, by Daryl Mijal, trained by Steve Novak, driven victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. Bred in Ohio by the Spring Haven Farm, 2-year-old big gelding by Dancin' Yankee, out of the Mach 3 mare Nothing But Style. 10th win this season for Dancin' Style as the results pop up 2-4, 3 and 7 is unofficial. The results are now official for the third race. Exacta $13.60. Trifecta $106.80. 20-cent super $53.38. Here's the 7 o'clock pumpkin patch drawing winners. Buddy Hales, Olivia Safir, Michael Himvenberg, Mike Daddario, Larry Engel, and John Hudak. 7 o'clock pumpkin patch drawings. If your name was called, please check out the promotions table. Here's the rundown of the third. In his time was fifth. Dance and Style, the winner. Stonebridge Drago was third. Dragon Medicine second. Bronx Drifter sixth. Cinderlane Cruiser was seventh. Drinking My Baby Goodbye was fourth, and Risky Rocker eighth. 5-1-3, 2-6-7, 4-8 on the bottom. Circle the 2. Dance and Style 156 and 2. Fourth race trotters are next. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent super, $1 pick 3 for 2-year-old horse and geldings for the Ohio Fairs Championship. So this will wrap up the 2-year-olds here on the program. Put Tyler Smith on the 4, Adventureful Pete. Post time, 4 minutes. Trotters for the 4th race, working their way up onto the track. One Whiskey Peddler, by Jerry Zozel and Richard Davis, trained by Mark Winters. Jeff Nysonger on the bike. 2 is Longing for Cash. E.G. Trot owns with the Broken Brokers. Ed Greeno Jr. trains, and Cody Greeno will be in the bike. 3 is Grover Hill, owned by Sean McGee, trained by Tyler Bates with the services of Chris Page. 4 is Adventureful Pete. Tyler Smith drives for trainer Rosie Weaver, who co-owns with the Heartland Acres. 5 Smoke It Steady, trained by Ty Loy. He co-owns with Roger Murlock. They'll team up with Ronnie Wren Jr. 6 Super James, owned by the Johns Racing Stable and owner-trainer Wes Hirschberger, Darren Harvey catch drives. Roger Hughes Jr. drives, trains, and co-owns with Wayne Miller aboard the 7 Flash of Fame. And the 8 Sir Cactus Jacks, owned by John Zelenek and Charles Kaprowski, trained by Rosie Weaver, Hunter Myers in tow. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent super, $1, pick 3. Back in the 3rd race, Tom Selection, Drinking My Baby Goodbye, ends up checking in 4th as nobody was going to beat Dancing Style tonight. Impressive victory for that 2-year-old son of Dancing Yankee as we flip over to race number 4. I'm going to wrap up the 2-year-olds with a price here. I landed on the 4 Adventureful Pete. Had to overcome that 2nd-tier post. Only got beat 4 lengths last time at the Coshocton Fair. 2 back was a Dover Fair winner. Finished 4th, beating 5 lengths, 3 back the Delaware County Fair behind Bob DeBomber, Mr. WWC, and Della Grande. They've been some sharp 2-year-olds this season, so I thought Adventureful Pete maybe was facing some tough competition. It was kind of hidden in the program, so I'm going to put Adventureful Pete on top here at a price right now, 22-1. Picks up Tyler Smith tonight. For 2nd to 5, Smoke It Steady. All the reasons that Gold Sheep Bob mentioned earlier. Ty Loy had been driving at the fair events. This horse was 6 for 12, and now Ty hands the controls to Ronnie Wren Jr., one of the top drivers here at Northfield Park. So I'll put Smoke It Steady 2nd. And for 3rd, I threw in the 1 Whiskey Peddler. Should figure to get a pretty good trip from the rail. Take out the last effort at Dayton. That one was off 3 weeks before that event. Had rattled off 3 straight fair victories. Gets the rail for Jeff Nysonger. 4, 5, 1, 6 for me. Gold Sheep Bob 5, 6, 2, 1. Best of luck in race 4. Trotters lining up for the fourth. At the head of the stretch and picking up speed for tonight's fourth race. They're off, they're trotting. Super James leaves alertly. Down toward the inside is Whiskey Peddler as they fan out onto the first turn. Grover Hill and Chris Page slide up at the inside as Whiskey Peddler cuts the corner and uses that rail advantage to assume command and leads it by 2 lengths as they move on to the backstretch. Grover Hill gets away racing in second. Adventureful Pete is third as Super James left but finds himself racing in fourth. Advancing up on the outside is Smoke It Steady racing in fifth. Now moving up into fourth for Ronnie Wren and quarter moving toward the leaders. As they pass that opening quarter station, it's Whiskey Peddler in 29 and 1. Tracked by Grover Hill, Smoke It Steady on the outside, now up to be second. Sir Cactus Jack is following that move. He's racing up on the outside. Adventureful Pete is hemmed in traffic, being shuffled on the pylons. Then comes Super James, who's third over. Fourth over is Flash of Fame, and Longing for Cash is eighth and last. And now off stride goes Flash of Fame. They were double-tiered coming to the half. Whiskey Peddler leads it by 3 parts of a length on Smoke It Steady, who continues this first over journey. Hasn't seen a pylon for Ronnie Wren, just 3/4 of a length behind in 1:01. Grover Hill is locked in the box racing third. Sir Cactus Jacks is well situated. Second over, racing into fourth. Buried at the pylons is Adventureful Pete, third. Back in fifth. Up on the outside, third over is Super James as they move toward the backstretch. Whiskey Peddler continues to face pressure from Smoke It Steady, who's just a half a length behind. Smoke It Steady trying to crank up the tempo on Whiskey Peddler. At the pylons is Grover Hill as they head toward 3/4. Then Sir Cactus Jacks and Adventureful Pete. 3/4 on the board in 1:31 and 3. Into the far turn they go. It's been all Whiskey Peddler who's carved up the numbers. Smoke It Steady's gone a tough journey. Grover Hill's had a great trip in the pocket, racing third, needs a way through. Then Sir Cactus Jackson, Adventureful Pete. This Smoke It Steady pokes a nose on top. Whiskey Peddler at the pylons trying to fight back. Sir Cactus Jacks rolls 3 wide. Grover Hill dives down low. Top of the stretch, Smoke It Steady, Whiskey Peddler, Sir Cactus Jacks is coming on the wide side. Going off stride was Grover Hill, it's Smoke It Steady. Smoke It Steady prevails in 2:02 and 3. Five, Smoke It Steady first. Eight, Sir Cactus Jacks was second. 1, Whiskey Peddler third. 3, Grover Hill was fourth. And the judges are going to post the inquiry sign taking a look at the 3, Grover Hill, for a possible violation of the braking rule. Coming back to the winner's circle, though, is the 5, Smoke It Steady, who's owned and trained by Ty Loy, co-owned with Roger Murlock, and driven victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. as he picks up a double. Bred in Indiana by Joe Schwartz, 2-year-old bay gelding by Volstead. Out of Rompaway Jazzy by Chip Chip Hooray, 7th win this season, and a lifetime best 2:02 and 3/5. 5813 is on the board Unofficial, as the inquiry sign does concern your unofficial 4th place finisher. Ladies and gentlemen, please note number 1 Whiskey Peddler, who was originally 3rd, has now been placed 4th for causing interference to number 3 Grover Hill. So the new call is 5-8-3-1. Again, number 1 Whiskey Peddler, originally 3rd, has now been placed 4th for interference. 5/8 exacta, $83.80. The trifecta, $388. The 20-cent super, $176.74. Coming up next, a judge's review from presiding judge Bud Teeters for the reason for the placing in race number 4.
This is the reason for the placing in the 4th race. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 1 comes down and interferes with the 3. We'll show it again. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 1 comes down and interferes with the 3. That's the reason for the placing in the 4th race.
As the 3-year-old fillies come up to the track here for the 5th race, note the track condition will now be labeled sloppy. Number 1, Lady with No Fear, is owned by Sandra Hennessy and Paula Sugars, trained by Sandra Hennessy, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky. 2, Hang On Abigail. Jordan Stratton drives trainer Mike Metters, who co-owns with Jerry Summers. 3, Santa Fe Cat, owned by Linda Carrilla, trained by Matthew McKenzie, Jeff Nysonger on the bike. 4 is Trey Rock. Chris Page drives for owner-trainer Corey DeArmond. 5, Miss Maddie P, owned by Philip Groves and Sharon Coaster, trained by Brian Georges, Brett Miller, catch drives. 6, Polk Salad Annie, owned by Dina Michelle Santantonio. Dino trains with Tim Deaton, the regular linesman. 7 is Ella Bella Boo, owned and trained by Adam Short, Aaron Merriman in the sulky. And the 8, Well Said Eveliana. Scott Zeron drives trainer Philip Groves, who co-owns with Sharon Coaster. Exacta Trifecta, 20 cents Superfecta, 3-year-old Pacing Fillies, Fairs Championship coming up. Back in the 4th race, here's the full rundown. Whiskey Peddler was 3rd, placed 4th for interference. Longing for Cash was 7th. Grover Hill, 4th, placed 3rd. Adventureful Pete, 5th. Smoke It Steady, the winner. Super James was 6th. Flash of Fame, 8th. And Sir Cactus Jacks was 2nd. After placings, top down, 4-7-3, 5-1-6-8-2 on the bottom. 5, Smoke It Steady, our second choice there, gets the job done for Ronnie Wren Jr. and trainer Ty Loy. As we flip over to race number 5, where I'll land on the 2, Hang On Abigail. 3 from her last 4 have been victories in the fair circuit. Finished 2nd, beaten 4 lengths at the Delaware County Fair. Hang On Abigail gets a good post here tonight. Gets Jordan Stratton in the bike for the first time, a horse that is 16 for 24 in the top 2. I thought that she could be a decent price from the inside, and she's shown the ability to close, so she should be able to work out a decent trip, maybe secure a pocket ride here for Stratton. For second, I'll use the 6, Polk Salad Annie. This was a horse that went off the favorite in an overnight race here at Northfield just a few days ago. Ended up having to be 3 wide, turning for home. Was beaten a length and a half in the end, but Polk Salad Annie, 11 wins this season. Tim Deaton at the controls once again. She had rattled off 7 straight fair victories coming into the fair finals here. So you got to respect her. I'll put her second. And for third, the 4, Trey Rock, out of the Corey Dayerman barn. Won by 4 lengths at Coshocton. Finished 5th in the Buckeye Stallion Championship just a couple weeks ago at Dayton. Was beaten 5 lengths, but paced home 51-3. Probably the horse to beat here. Although Polk Salad Annie did beat Trey Rock all the way back on September 12th. I had it 2-6-4-8. Gold Sheep Bob 8-4-1-5. Wide open 5th race. 3-year-old Pacing Fillies coming up. Pacers for the 5th race lining up. Three-year-old pacing fillies on gate. They're off, they're pacing. Santa Fe Cat blasts off with Ella Bella Boo. And Lady with No Fear down toward the inside as Merriman's looking for a seat with Ella Bella Boo, and she drops into third as they bend down to the first turn. Lady with No Fear from the rail cuts the corner for Ronnie Wren Jr. up into the front with Santa Fe Cat racing in second. 2 lengths clear of Ella Bella Boo, who lands in third. Hang On Abigail racing mid-pack with Trey Rock behind her. Then comes Miss Maddie P ahead of Polk Salad Annie and Well Said Eveliana, the back marker. The opening quarter goes up in a swift 28 seconds. And the sophomore fillies head for the far turn, chasing Lady with No Fear. Santa Fe Cat here at 29-1 gets a great pocket ride behind Lady with No Fear. Then Ella Bella Boo's at the pylons in third. Hang On Abigail with 5 lengths to find from fourth. Ahead of Trey Rock, the race favorite at 4-5 is fifth, and she's ready to move off the rail for Chris Page. As they come down by us, that's going to flush out Hang On Abigail, so she'll be the first one to move. First up from fourth with 5 lengths to pick up. Trey Rock gets some cover set, is pinned in fourth. Trey Rock well situated second over into fifth. Pokes out Annie, third over excess cover wall, 6. Miss Maddie P, 7th at the pylons, and then Well Said Eveliana. 3/4, 126, and they leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. And Lady with No Fear is slithering away. She's opened up a 3-length advantage. Hang On Abigail takes second. A 3-wide Trey Rock trying to pace home from the back, but she's still got to pick up 4 as Lady with No Fear straightens away with a giant lead. It's Lady with No Fear pouring it on. Trey Rock has rallied up to be second outside of Hang On Abigail, but Ronnie Wren with a driving triple. Trey Rock was second, Hang On Abigail third, Polk Salad Annie fourth in 154-2. Judges post 1-4-2-6 unofficial. Returning back to the winner's circle, number 1, Lady with No Fear. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for his 3rd victory for trainer Sandra Hennessy, who co-owns with Paula Sugars. Bred in Ohio by the GBW Breeding Farms Incorporated, a 3-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon. Out of I-Lady by Western Ideal. 14th lifetime win and 8th this season. That's a lifetime best of 154-2. (1-4-2-6) is now official. Exacta $28.80. The trifecta $112.20. Pick 4, $90.50. The 20-cent super, $65.98. Here's the complete order of finish. Lady with No Fear first. Hang On Abigail was third. Santa Fe Cat was eighth. Trey Rock second. Miss Maddie P was seventh. Polk Salad Annie fourth. Ella Bella Boo was sixth. Well Said Eveliana was fifth. 138, 274, 65 on the bottom. Circle the 1 Lady with No Fear in 154 and 2. Sixth race trotters are next. For 3-year-old trotting fillies, exact the trifecta, $1 pick 5. Note the carryover of $2,880. Estimated pool, $15,000, featuring that low 14% takeout. Field of 8 with no changes. They'll be on the track in 5 minutes.
All right, sixth race is up next. That means it's the start of the $1 pick 5. We have a carryover in excess of $2,800 heading into this pick 5, $15,000 estimated pool. Bob, what do you got?
All right, I got a $36 ticket here, starting out with 3 horses here in the 6th race, the 2, 3, and the 4. My top selection is a 2, Arrow Gem. This one has been favored in 4 of the last 5 races and it's hit the board in 4 of the last 5 when King Kaufman drives. And it gets an inside draw tonight. That's a nice driver upgrade. I think he's the one to beat. And I also include the 3, Fantastic L. 2 races ago, racing a Buckeye Stallion Series final, which was 75 grand. However, this one has run some very nice miles. It won the last 4 by open lengths. And I think he fits right in here, and he'll contend as well.
Right, 2, 3, 4 in the 6th. How about the 7th race?
I got the 1 and the 5 here, with my top selection being the 1, VH Volt. Obviously, we've seen Ronnie Wren tonight. He's on fire, 3 for 3. And I think this could be 4 for 4. Gets a trainer change into the Betty Clegg barn. And this one's hit the board 12 straight, and he lost to Duncan the last 2 races, which would be 1 to 9 in this race. And he gets the rail, and he gets Ronnie Wren. Clearly the one to beat.
All right, up next is race number 8, our final fair stakes event of the night. Who do you have in that one, Bob?
This was a tough one. A lot of breakers in here. I like the 1, 2, and the 4. Mr. Roofer is obviously a good player here. But he's broken stride in his last 4, but you have to include him. My top selection is the 1, though, Head Honcho Bo. Racing the non-winners of 4 a couple races ago, but that was 1 to 2 levels better than he's facing tonight. And I think that from the leader pocket, he has a big shot with Chris Page, who has done well on this horse.
Right, 1, 2, 4 in the 8th. Up next, the 9th race. This is the Pace for the Cure, all lady drivers. Handicapping challenge here in this one, Bob.
I love the race. I love watching the girls race here, but it is very tough. I narrowed it down to 5 horses, and then I decided on which drivers would do the best. I came up with Christina Johnson on Max Daddy Blue Chip. This one's won 2 of 3 finishing in mile strong, and Christina's done well. She's raced Pacers 2 times, and has come in 2nd and 3rd in those 2 races, even though she's primarily a trotting expertise. And then Casino Director. This one here is not as good as a couple in here. How about Vicki Lynn Lake has raced 16 times on paces and has won 5 of them with 2 seconds and 2 thirds. I'm going to use a 3 and 4 here in the 9th.
All right, then the anchor leg is the 10th race. It's the $85,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 4 and up pacing mares. Who do you like here, Bob?
Well, when you play a pick 5, it's important to find a single. It was very tough finding them earlier, so I'm going to go with the single here with Pen Paper Page. This one here has hit the board in 6 of 7 with 3 wins, and from the leader pocket should be a major player. Gets Tyler Smith on the bike, and there's no 9 horse in this race, so I think he shouldn't get pushed too hard, and I'm going to use him as a single and has a good shot to get the victory. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
All right, Pen Paper Page has won a Sire Stakes Championship before. $36 ticket here in the 6th for Bob. Again, we have a $2,800 plus carryover in the $1 pick 5. It starts right here in race 6. We'll be back again before the 11th for that $20,000 guaranteed late pick 4.
Trotters for tonight's 6th race, working their way up onto the track. 3-year-old trotting fillies. 1, I Like It in the Dark. Owned and trained by Russell Early III. Brett Miller catch drives. 2, Arrow Gem. Kane Kaufman at the controls for owner-trainer Daniel Hale. 3 is Fantastic L. Owned by the Levan Stables, Darmalfro Racing, Perry and Levan, trained by Hank Levan, who's in the bike. 4, Vandy's Star, David and Cody Vanderhyde owned, with Scott Conch the conditioner, Jason Thompson aboard. 5, Hydraulic Hazel, owned by Ernest Ayers and Alan Bellamore, trained by Brian Boring, Greg Bateson will drive. Cato Young owns and trains the 6, Lady Glore, with the services of Eric Tharps Jr. 7, CV's Serena, owned by Richard Owings. Earl Owings trains, Alex Hawk in the bike. And the 8, Sugarloaf, Aaron Merriman drives trainer Christopher Beaver and owner Steve Stewart. Exacta trifecta $1 pick 5 wagering time. 3-year-old trotting fillies here for the Fair Championships. Back in race 5, Top Selection had to come first up. Hanging Abigail, she checks in third as Lady with No Fear, an impressive winner from the rail as Ronnie Wren picks up a hat trick. Over to the 6th race we go. I'll land on the 3, Fantastic L out of the Hank Levan barn. Currently 8-1 on the board right now. This is a horse that finished 6th in the Buckeye Stallion Championships at Dayton, was only beaten 7 lengths that day. Followed that up with a neck loss at Dayton at an Ohio Fair event there. Was beaten by Sugarloaf, but Sugarloaf gets post 8 tonight. Fantastic L from post 3. I thought she could work out a good trip, and she's had success on the bigger tracks this season and is 11 for 28 this year. So I put her on top for second to 5. Hydraulic Hazel has been off a couple weeks, but she did qualify here at Northfield 10 days ago. 29-2 last panel, 59 the time for the mile. So Hydraulic Hazel has already proven that she can handle Northfield Park, and this is a horse that romped at some fair events, won by 25 lengths, then followed that up with a 9-length victory, and finished 4th in a Buckeye Stallion event at Delaware. Hydraulic Hazel, my second choice, and for third, I used the 1. I Like It in the Dark. Came here for the Buckeye Consolation and was parked every step from post 8. Now she gets a much better post draw tonight and picks up Brett Miller from the rail. I thought that she was one to use toward the inside. 3-5-1-2 for me. Gold Sheep Bob goes 2-3-4-5. Best of luck in this upcoming 6th race. Here's the 8 o'clock pumpkin patch drawing winners. Kelly Butterfield, Bob Fink, William Runyon, Doug Neely, John Jackson, Kathleen Harrington. If your name was called, please check out the promotions table. Gates opening. At the head of the stretch, off and trotting number 5, Hydraulic Hazel is off stride. Hydraulic Hazel jumped it off at the start as Aero Gem and Fantastic L are the two levers together as they fan out onto the first turn. Merriman and Sugarloaf from the Hydra are going to slide up to be third here, landing in front of Vandy Star as Fantastic L steps on the gas to the backstretch, and she's built up a 4-length advantage on Aero Gem, who's in a loose pocket second. Sugarloaf trots at the pylons in third, ahead of Vandy Star, who's racing in fourth as they string them out here. 2 lengths clear of Lady Glore from fifth. 3 back to I Like It in the Dark. Another 2 to CV Serena, and after her miscue, Hydraulic Hazel, the 6-5 favorite, is at least 20 lengths off front-stepping Fantastic L. The opening quarter was a sharp one, 27-2 for Fantastic L here. Leading it by 2 lengths on Aero Gem. Sugarloaf racing in third as Vandy Star comes to the outside for Jason Thompson. Lady Glore trying to follow that move as they get the outer flow moving. Then comes I Like It in the Dark ahead of CV Serena, and at least 10 back to Hydraulic Hazel. Halftime on the board, 57-3, and off stride went Vandy Star. Vandy Star made a break. So it's 30-1 in that second panel, and Sugarloaf got a little steppy there in that clubhouse turn, but it's Fantastic L who's up top and leads it by 2 on Aero Gem. Sugarloaf trotting at the pylons in third. Lady Glore, she's left uncovered now in fourth with 5 lengths to pick up. Then I Like It in the Dark ahead of CV's Serena as they travel across the backstretch. Fantastic L, she's carved up all the numbers and has a 2-length advantage on Aero Gem, who's had a good trip at the inside as they rattle off 3 quarters in 1:27-2. Into the far turn they move. Fantastic L leading it by 2.5 lengths on Arrow Gem, who's trying to keep pace with her second. It's 4 back to Sugarloaf from third. Then Lady Glore and I Like It in the Dark. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Fantastic L has to finish the job. Arrow Gem trying to track her down. It's Fantastic L or Arrow Gem. It's between these two. Fantastic L, Arrow Gem on the outside, running out of time as Fantastic L goes coast to coast. Arrow Gem was second, a photo for third between Sugarloaf and Lady Glore in 1:58. Returning back to the winner's circle, number 3, Fantastic L. Race 6 was named the Joanne Fritz Memorial. Friends and family in the winner's circle. To congratulate the winner, number 3, Fantastic L, who's owned by the Levan Stables, Darmarful Racing, Perry and Levan, trained and driven to victory by Hank Levan. Bred in Ohio by Andy Burkholder. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Team 6. Out of Perceptive Caviar by SJ's Caviar. 22nd lifetime win and 12th this season in 1:58. Note the judges post 3, 2, and a photo. Eight Sugarloaf third and 6 Lady Glore fourth. 3-2-8-6 is on the board, unofficial. Official. Exacta $31.80. The trifecta $218.20. The pick three $54.50. Here's the rundown of the sixth. I Like It in the Dark was fifth. Arrow Gem second. Fantastic L was the winner. Vandy Star eighth. Hydraulic Hazel was seventh. Lady Glore was fourth. CV Serena was sixth. Sugarloaf was third. 521-87463 on the bottom. Circle the 3. Fantastic L in 158. Seventh race pacers are next for 3-year-old horse and geldings. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super. A field of 8. No changes, 3 minutes. Pacers for the 7th race coming out to the track. Number 1 is VH Volt, owned and trained by Betty Clegg. Ronnie Wren Jr. catch drives. 2, He's a Bully, Kurt Sugg in tow for owner-trainer Eddie Miller. 3, Tan Man, owned by Dayerman, Hart, and Mondillo. Trained by Corey Dayerman, Chris Pageup. 4, Why Tomorrow Ray, owned by the VIP Internet Stables, trained by Bill Rhodes, teaming up with Aaron Merriman. 5, Trooper L, owned by the Levan Stables, Dar Marfel Racing and Megan Levan, trained and driven by Hank Levan. 6, Tennessee Smooth, owned by the Brett Boyd Racing, Howells, trained by Brett Boyd, Scott Zeron in tow. 7, Fear the Lou, owned, trained, and driven by Elson Miller. And the 8, Flyin' Fitz, Drew Neal drives for owner-trainer John Fitzgerald. There's Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta wagering here for the 7th race. Back in the 6th race, top selection, Fantastic L down the road for Hank Levan. As we flip over to the 7th race, try to make it 2 in a row. I'll do it with a 1 VH Volt, so too a Gold Sheep Bomb, as we both got this one 1, 5, and 4. VH Volt moves into the Betty Clegg barn now for the first time. This is a horse that in his last 2 tries finished second by a length and 3/4 and 2 1/4 at the fair events to Duncan. Another one out of the Betty Clegg barn, one of the top Ohio horses this season. So VH Volt's been facing a tough competitor. Now gets the rail, gets Ronnie Wren, who's already got 3 wins on the program, as he looks to pick up a 4th with VH Volt. For second, the 5, Trooper L, also out of the Hank Levan barn, looking to go back-to-back here. This horse that finished 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion Championships just 2 starts ago. Finished 3rd in the Ohio Breeders' Championships at the Delaware County Fair and was beaten a length last time at the Dayton Fair event that they had in 54. So this is a sharp horse. Trooper L, post 5 tonight. And for 3rd, I threw in the 4, Why Tomorrow Ray from post 8, first time into the Bill Rhodes barn. Was able to get the job done last time here at Northfield. This is a horse that's 11 for 13 this season, the top 2. Now second time Bill Rhodes, second time Aaron Merriman. Lots to like about this guy. Also second time Lasix. Thought there were a lot of things going right for him. This is a pretty tough race. I had it 1-5-4-6. Gold Sheep Bob 1-5-4-3. Best of luck in the 7th race. Starter call. Here they come. Off Vanda pacing, VH Volt, He's a Bully, and Tan Man all leave from the inside as Why Tomorrow Ray. Left 4 position as they float down to the pylons. VH Volt cuts the corner for Ronnie Wren, and now they appear to line up in post position order as VH Volt steps on the gas. He's built up a 4-length advantage as they move across the back stretch. He's a Bully left behind in second in that loose pocket with Tan Man in third. Why Tomorrow Ray pacing at the pylons in 4th. Trooper L racing in 5th. Tennessee Smooth is 6th. Flying Fitz moves up at the outside past Fear the Lou, who's last. 27-1 through the slop they go. VH Volt and Ronnie Wren here by 2 on He's a Bully. Now Why Tomorrow Ray was flushed off the rail by Trooper L, who's moving second over. Tan Man at the pylons. Flying Fitz picks up some cover third over. Then comes Tennessee Smooth, who's now in 7th, and Fear the Lou is 8th and last. VH Volt, Ronnie Wren just took a peek over his shoulder. He looks at Why Tomorrow Ray, who's coming first up to apply some pressure past the half in 56-1. Trooper L, second over behind Merriman. He's a Bully, locked in the box, racing 4th as they head around that clubhouse turn. Saving ground is Tan Man. He's going to need a way through. Then comes Flying Fitz, who's 3rd over as they're double-tiered. Fear the Lou moves 4th over, and Tennessee Smooth now shuffled to last as they move across the backstretch. VH Volt the leader to Why Tomorrow Ray, who's a half a length behind. Then comes Trooper L, who's racing into 3rd. Gapping as He's a Bully. Moving up outside of him is Flying Fitz, as now Trooper L is going to shoot 3 wide at 3/4 in 124. VH Volt the leader. Trooper L coming 3 wide with a rally. Why Tomorrow Ray's between rivals. Flying Fitz found the pylons and needs a way through, and climbing over the back of Ronnie Wren. From the back of the pack, here comes Fear the Lou. It's wide open, top of the stretch. As they cut the corner, it's VH Volt off the turn in front. Down the center comes VH Volt. VH Volt in front. Up the inside is Flying Fitz. Over the top, Fear the Lou. Tennessee Smooth from nowhere's coming too. Driving finish, tight for win. Fear the Lou, Flying Fitz. They were in a photo, 154-1. Seven, Fear the Lou first. 6, Tennessee Smooth second. 8, Flying Fitz was third, and 1, VH Volt fourth. 7, 6, 8, and 1 posted unofficial. Official. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Fear the Lou. Owned, trained, and driven to victory by Elson Miller. Bred in New Jersey by Joy DeVee Farm. 3-year-old bay gelding by Fear the Dragon out of Jetta Blue Chip by American Ideal. 9th lifetime win and 6th this season. Fear the Lou, the upset winner at 42-1. Exacta $1,130. 768 trifecta $9,783. The 20-cent super was not hit. It pays $2,449 for 7, 6, 8, and all, which leaves a carryover, an instant carryover of $7,348. Going into this 8th race, the estimated pool will be $30,000 on that instant superfecta carryover. Here's the rundown of the 7th. VH Volt was 4th. He's a Bully 8th. Tan Man was 5th. Why Tomorrow Ray 6th. Trooper L 7th. Tennessee Smooth 2nd. Fear the Lou the winner. Flying Fitz 3rd. 4, 8, 5, 6, 7, 2. 1, 3 on the bottom. Circle the 7. Fear the Lou. 150, 4 and 1. Coming up next, 8th race trotters. Exacta trifecta 20-cent super, 50-cent pick 6. It's the 8th and final of the Ohio Fairs Championships. It's for 3-year-old horse and geldings. For the trotters, a field of 8. Put Brett Miller on the 5, entered to win. Again, $30,000 estimated in this superfecta pool due to that carryover of $7,348. Trotters for the 8th race. The 8th and final Ohio Fairs Championships. 3-year-old Horse and Geldings coming up. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, 50-cent pick 6. Number 1 is Head Honcho Bo, owned by the Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, teaming up with Chris Page. 2, Long Tom Jess. Tyler Smith drives for trainer Rosie Weaver, who co-owns with the Heartland Acres. 3 is Ultra Uncle. Ken Holliday at the controls for owner-trainer Rory Moore. 4, Mr. Roofer, owned by Rebecca Sugg, trained by Eddie Miller, Kurt Sugg on the lines. 5 is Entered to Win. Brett Miller will drive for trainer Stephen Bateson, who co-owns with Harold Moore. 6, Long Time Winning, owned by Rosie Weaver and the Heartland Acres. Rosie Weaver condition. Scott Zeron picks up the drive. 7, Rose Run Yakum, owned by Beaver, Homan, Burnett, and Ziendelar, trained by Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman in tow. And the 8, Vondell Kemp, owned by Suzanne Bates and Joel Shavak, trained by Tyler Bates, teaming up with Drew Neal. Back in the 7th race, what a finish. Couldn't have drawn it up any better to have a fair championship final come down to the finish like that, as Fear the Lou narrowly gets up for that 42-1 upset as we flip over here to race number 8. We'll see if the 8th and final can match that. I'll land on the 2, Long Tom Jess. For my sake, I hope at 3rd place in a fair event at Dayton. Now gets the rail, gets Chris Page in the bike for the 2nd time. I'll put Head Honcho Bo 2nd, and for 3rd I use the 7, Rose Run Yakum, who was a giant price on the morning line, but currently 6-1 right now. Merriman gets in the bike for the first time for trainer Chris Beaver. This is a horse that had some success earlier on in the season. 12 second-place finishes this year for Rose Run Yakum. I'll use him underneath. 2-1-7-3, Gold Sheep Bob 1-4-2-3. Best of luck in the 8th. Trotters for the 8th race work their way behind the car. At the head of the stretch, thereof, they're trotting. Enter to Win leaves with Mr. Roofer. These two flash good speed down the center. Head Honcho Bo along the pylons as they bend onto the first turn. Head Honcho Bo cuts the corner. Mr. Roofer Enter to Win is off stride, and so too is Mr. Roofer. They both jumped, and so too is Long Tom Jess, the 1-2 favorites, off stride. So the entire complexion changes here as they move up the backstretch for the first time. Head Honcho Bo leading it by 3 lengths on Ultra Uncle, who's going to get a pocket ride here with long time winning in third. Rose Run Yakum is racing in 4th. Then comes Vondel Kemp, who's racing in 5th. Enter to Win, retrotting back in 6th as they go past an opening quarter in 28 seconds. It's a gap of 5 lengths back to Long Tom Jess and Mr. Roofer after their miscues as Enter to Win made another break. So they complete 3/8 of a mile. Head Honcho Bo, a lot of action here with Ultra Uncle racing in 2nd, long time winning. At the pylons in 3rd, Rose Run Yakum and Merriman racing in 4th. Vondel Kemp racing 5th. Long Tom Jess has regathered himself. He's racing in 6th. Mr. Roofer is 7th and a long way back to Enter to Win after the miscue. The halftime, 58 seconds. It was 30 in that second panel, and Head Honcho Bo and Chris Page have had the lead every jump so far, with Ultra Uncle racing in 2nd. Long time winning is 3rd as Rose Run Yakum comes to the outside for Merriman. Vondel Kemp is following that move. Mr. Roofer made another break as they travel up the backstretch for the final time. Head Honcho Bo with a 2-length advantage on Ultra Uncle. Rose Run Yakum races outside of long time winning at 3/4 in 1:27.3, and Ultra Uncle comes out of the pocket now to confront Head Honcho Bo. That leaves room for long time winning, who's got a big upset chance at the pylons but now needs a way through. Then Vondel Kemp and Rose Run Yakum. They make their way to the top of the stretch. Head Honcho Bo desperately needing the wire. Ultra Uncle coming down the center. Long time winning shooting through at the inside. Ultra Uncle's got his nose on top, and Ultra Uncle is starting to edge clear. Ultra Uncle gets the job done. Long time winning might have rallied to be second with Head Honcho Bo, 158-2. Number 3, Ultra Uncle, the winner. Number 1, Head Honcho Bo was second. 6, long-time winning third, and 8, Vondel Kemp was fourth. Results unofficial, 3-1, 6, and 8. Back to the winner's circle is number 3, Ultra Uncle, owned and trained by Rory Moore, driven to victory by Ken Holliday. Bred in Ohio by Rory Moore, 3-year-old bay colt by Uncle Peter out of the Guida Muscle mare Ultra Muscle. 8th lifetime win, 7th this season, 158-2. Results of race 8 are now official. 3-1, 6 and 8. Exacta $70.40. The trifecta $1,120.60, and the 20-cent superfecta $738.18. Here's the rundown of the 8th race. Head Honcho Bo 2nd, Long Tom Jess 6th, Ultra Uncle 1st, Mr. Roofer 7th, entered to win 8th, Long Time winning 3rd, Rose Run Yakum 5th, Vondel Kemp 4th. 261, 783, 54 on the bottom. Circle the 3, Ultra Uncle 158 and 2. Up next, 9th race Pacers, Exacta Trifecta, 20 cents Superfecta, $1 pick 3. It's the Pace for the Cure, full field of 9 Pacers here, all driven by female drivers in an effort to raise awareness for breast cancer here at MGM Northfield Park. 2 minutes. Pacers for the 9th race, stepping up onto the track. Pace for the Cure, all-female driver event here. Full field of 9. Number 1, Fernando, owned by Chad Sloan, trained by Larry Finn. Mary Burkhold on the lines. 2 is Blue Spanx, owned by Joseph Boza, trained by Keith Cash Jr., teaming up with Emma Wahlberg. 3, Casino Director, owned and trained by Miranda Shedrin, Vicky Lynn Lake on the lines. 4, Max Daddy Blue Chip, Christina Johnson drives for owner-trainer Elson Miller. The 5 is Headbanger. Jennifer Main drives for trainer Greg Bateson and owner Hader Stables LLC. The 6 is Showboat Shooting. Betty Clegg owns and trains Nadine Habke in the bike. 7, Amadeus Oz, owned by Timothy Poitinger, trained by Bill Rhodes. Rosie Weaver calls the shots. The 8, Party Boy Hill, is owned by Chad Sloan, trained by Larry Finn. Emily Hay in the bike. And the stable group send up the 9, Atlas Hanover. Lauren Harmon drives trainer Stacy Van Wiesen. Exacta Trifecta, 20 cents Super, and $1 pick 3. Back in the 8th race, top selection was the 2, Long Tom Jess, who made a break in the first turn as Ultra Uncle. Picked up his 7th win this season as we flip over to race number 9. Pace for the Cure. MGM Northfield Park donated $1,500 back in April when Northfield took down the Northfield Pompano Drivers Challenge. And now they will donate another $1,500 today after this race to the American Cancer Society. My top selection in this Pace for the Cure is the 7 Amadeus Oz, and you can't miss him on the track. He is decked out in all pink out there. Rosie Weaver picks up the drive here for trainer Bill Rhodes. This is a horse that's been pacing 52-3, 53 the last couple weeks, even raced at the Open 2 level, so Amadeus Oz is my top choice here. For second, I'll use the 4 Max Daddy Blue Chip. Elson Miller already has a win on the program. He gets Christina Johnson in the bike here with number 4 Max Daddy Blue Chip. Consistent 28, 28-2, 28-3. This guy can close late. Max Daddy Blue Chip I'll use second. And for third, I'll use the 2 Blue Spanks. This is a horse that gets a good post here tonight. Doesn't have a ton of gate speed. He's been getting away toward the rear of the field, but has been picking off rivals. So if things heat up on the front end, thought Blue Spanks could factor late. But I'm keying in on the 4 and the 7 here. I got it 7-4-2-9. Gold Sheet Bob 4-3-7-9. Best of luck in this upcoming 9th race. Lining up for the pace for the Cure, full field of 9. At the head of the stretch and picking up speed. Off and a pacing. A Party Boy Hill made a break as Showboat Shooting fires out quickly. Fernando down toward the inside. Leaves alertly with Blue Spanks as they bend onto the first turn. Fernando using that rail advantage to come away with the lead. Blue Spanks trying to land at the rail in front of Atlas Hanover from the second tier. Gets away third. Casino Director on the outside of rivals. Moving up the pylons is Max Daddy Blue Chip. Then comes Showboat Shooting ahead of Headbanger, and Amadeus Oz is last of them all. So they travel up the backstretch chasing the long shot Fernando here at 70-1. Past an opening quarter in 28-3. Atlas Hanover comes off the rail for Lauren Harmon. Moving outside of Blue Spanks. Casino Director trying to follow that move as they're paired up front with Max Daddy Blue Chip. Then comes Showboat Shooting, who's third over. Amadeus Oz moving at the outside of Headbanger. So they come down by us here for the first time. River of Pink here with Fernando on the engine. Atlas Hanover first up, cranking up the tempo. Blue Spanks being urged to keep up while third. Casino Director is fourth. Lap 1 complete in 57-4. Max Daddy Blue Chip is buried at the pylons. Then comes Showboat Shooting ahead of Amadeus Oz, who would have to pass them all with Headbanger at the pylons. So Fernando continues to lead it at 70-1 here. Fernando upset-minded with Atlas Hanover to the outside, and now Atlas Hanover is up with a narrow advantage. Casino Director's coming alive 3 wide. Max Daddy Blue Chip picking his way through traffic. Blue Spanks at the pylons, then Showboat Shooting, Amadeus Oz, and Headbanger. As they go to 3/4, it's Atlas Hanover with the advantage, 127-2, and here comes Showboat Shooting out there 4 wide and advancing. It's Atlas Hanover on the lead. Showboat Shooting out there very wide in the course, but charging home. Max Daddy Blue Chip between rivals is caught into play. Top of the stretch, Atlas Hanover. Max Daddy Blue Chip, Showboat Shooting down the center. Here's Max Daddy Blue Chip splitting horses with a head of steam. Down the center, Showboat Shooting. It's Max Daddy Blue Chip or Showboat Shooting. Max Daddy Blue Chip in front. Showboat Shooting was second. Atlas Hanover third, 156-2. Judges post 4, 6, 9, and 3. Unofficial. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Max Daddy Blue Chip. Owned and trained by Elson Miller, driven to victory by Christina Johnson. Bred in New York by the Blue Chip Bloodstock, an 11-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer, out of Ascending by Cam Luck. 48th lifetime win, 5th this season, back-to-back here at Northfield Park for Max Daddy Blue Chip. 156-2. Note the judges post the inquiry sign here, taking a look at your unofficial third place finisher, the 9 Atlas Hanover, for potential interference at the quarter. 4693 is unofficial.
And the winner circle here at MGM Northfield Park, Christina Johnson and Betsy Kling from WKYC. Christina, take us through the trip.
Well, I wasn't sure if we were going to get out, quite honestly. We got locked in there, but Lauren come first up, and people started to fan 3 wide, and I found my opening, so I squeezed out of there, and luckily Lauren got up ahead enough where I could get out. She got cleared to the front, and it opened up, and we were lucky. He screamed right through that hole, just like the trainer said he would, and yeah, it was a good race. It was close, though.
Now the Pace for the Cure has become a very popular event here at MGM Northfield Park. What's it like to drive in it here tonight?
Well, I'll be honest. This is one of my races that I've been wanting to win, so this is super exciting. I've been second several times in the race, but I've never actually got to be the one in the winner's circle for the win, so this is super exciting.
Christina, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Betsy Kling from WKYC. Betsy, is this your first time here at MGM Northfield Park for the races anyway?
This is my first time at any live race, period. So this is so fun to watch. I can't believe what a difference it is from watching television races to actually being here in person. Totally different vibe. It's awesome.
Now, you've gotten to do a few cool things, including take a ride in the starting gate. I think your husband might still be in there. We might not be able to get him out of there. How'd you enjoy that?
That is speed. It's all about the speed, right? You cannot understand how fast these horses are going, even though they're pacing. It's a lot faster than you think it is. It was really cool to be there.
Well, Betsy, thanks so much for joining us here at the races today.
Thank you, and congratulations, Christina. Here's some flowers for you.
Kenny, back up to you.
The inquiry sign did come off the board. No change. 4693. Result as is. Christina Johnson, congratulations to her with the win on Max Daddy Blue Chip, weaving her way through traffic to get the job done. 4-6 exact return $60.40. The trifecta $240, and the 20-cent super $83.36. Here's the rundown of the ninth. Fornato was 7th, Blue Spank 6th, Casino Director 4th, Max Daddy Blue Chip the winner. Headbanger was 8th, Showboat Shooting 2nd, Amadeus Oz was 5th, Party Boy Hill 9th, Atlas Hanover 3rd. 764 182 593 on the bottom. Start of the 4, Max Daddy Blue Chip 156 and 2. Up next, Ohio Sire Stakes Championships for 4-year-old and up mares. Pacers, Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super, field of 8, no changes. They'll be on the track in just 1 minute. Pacing mares making their way out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta wagering. Number 1, Adorabella, owned by Vinny Costa Jr., trained by Sam Scalacci. Hunter Myers up. 2, Pen Paper Page, owned by Smith and Bet the House LLC, trained by Jeff Smith using Tyler Smith. The 3 is Coastal. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives trainer Ron Burke and owners Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Malilo and Beastie. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Beastie all co-own the 4. She's One Bad Mama. Chris Page drives trainer Ron Burke. 5, Do It Like Bobby is owned by Steven Sexton, trained by David Elliott. Tony Hall, the regular linesman. 6, Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is owned by Mackenzie Haynes, trained by Brian Haynes, using Scott Zeron on the bike. The Jen Bongiorno stable owned the 7, Dragon's Revenge. Joe Bongiorno drives trainer Christy Noble. And the 8, Fantasy Life. Ron Burke trains for owners Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, and Beastie. Aaron Merriman will catch drive. Back in the 9th race, it was our second choice, Max Daddy Blue Chip, getting the job done for Christina Johnson and Elson Miller as he picks up a training double. Another fabulous event. Pace for the Cure complete here at Northfield Park. An event that we look forward to each and every year as we flip over to the 10th. I'm going to land on the 2, Pen Paper Page. Just narrowly beat She's One Bad Mama last time at Dayton just 8 days ago. I went back and watched the replay. If you look on paper, it kind of looks like She's One Bad Mama maybe got a shuffle and had a little bit tougher trip, but she's one bad mama. Kind of got a pocket ride there, and when got through at the inside, Pen Paper Page was just coming too late and too fast and nailed her on the money. So she's one bad mama, second by a head, and now Pen Paper Page draws better. So I'm going to put him that way in my picks here. And for third, I threw in the 7, Dragon's Revenge. It's a horse that has shown the ability to have speed as well as closing a little bit. Is going to need some racing luck from post 7 here, but picks up Joe Bongiorno tonight. Dragon's Revenge was only beaten by 3 lengths by She's One Bad Mama 2 back, so we'll see if maybe she can turn the tables on her. I had it 2-4, 7-3, Gold Sheep Bob 2-4, 5-7. Best of luck. Race number 10, Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 4-year-old and up for the girls. Pacers lining up. Field of 8 on gate for the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. Here they come. They're off, they're pacing, and Do It Like Bobby fires out down the center for Tony Hall, and quickly she's guided down to the pylons as they bend onto the first turn. Pen, Paper, Page will get away racing in second. Adorabella from the rail gets away in third. She's One Bad Mama comes out fourth. Dragon's Revenge on the outside of rivals trying to find a seat there in fifth in front of Coastal, who takes back to sixth. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey has one beat, and that's Fantasy Life. So they travel across the backstretch. Do It Like Bobby on the front here tonight. A length and a half better than Pen, Paper, Page. Past an opening quarter in 27 and 3/5 seconds. Adorabella 4 lengths behind from third. 2 lengths clear of She's One Bad Mama, who's racing mid-pack. Dragon's Revenge is behind her. Then comes Coastal, who's about 8 lengths off the leader. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey has one beaten. That's Fantasy Life, the back marker. Do It Like Bobby. And Tony Hall taking the field down by us here for the first time with a 2-length advantage on Pen, Paper, Page. The 4-5 favorite secures the pocket here as they're halfway home in 55 and 3, 28 in that second panel as Do It Like Bobby is just rolling up top with Pen, Paper, Page. Continuing to track from the pocket spot, Adorabella is being passed by She's One Bad Mama, who's coming alive first over. Dragon's Revenge is picking up that move second over as they move to the backstretch. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is hemmed in traffic. Coastal is third over, excess cover for her, and Fantasy Life is trailed throughout as they move across the backstretch and head to 3/4. Do It Like Bobby, the longtime leader. Pen, Paper, Page tries to stick with her from the pocket. 3/4, 123 and 3 years. Coastal 4 wide and announcing her presence. She just shot like a cannon around the far turn. Do It Like Bobby, the leader. Coastal to the outside of Pen, Paper, Page. Adorabella's at the pylon. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey trying to rally home. Top of the stretch. Do It Like Bobby, the longtime leader. Coastal, Pen, Paper, Page diving down low. Do It Like Bobby. Here's Coastal sustaining this rally. Coastal at 8-1. Ronnie Wren Jr. with a 4th win on the program with a masterful drive. Do It Like Bobby second. Pen, Paper, Page third. 153 and 2. Judges post 3, Coastal first. 5, Do It Like Bobby second. 2, Pen, Paper, Page was third. And 4, She's One Bad Mama was fourth. 3-5, 2-4 is unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle for the 4th time tonight, it's Ronnie Wren Jr. This time it's aboard the 3 Coastal, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Malilo and Beastie, trained by Ron Burke. Bred in Ohio by the RTK Racing, 4-year-old bay mare by Down by the Seaside out of Pink Camo by Pine Valley, 16th lifetime win and 8th this season, 153 and 2. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter will be standing by with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Here in the winner's circle with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Ronnie, 4 wins already tonight. I think you're just showing off because the family's here.
Yeah, I wish that was the case. If that was the case, they should come every time. But just having a good night, driving some good horses, and it's working out.
Now you win the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 4-year-old and up mares with Coastal tonight. She's kind of been off her last couple of starts. She did win 2 starts back against non-winners of 8,000, but boy, did she look razor sharp tonight.
Yeah, Ronnie had a really good tonight. I wasn't really sure what to expect. You know, like you said, she's kind of been off her game, but I think she liked the trip off the pace, and I usually am pretty aggressive with her, so we might have to change our tactics.
Now, the track's taking a lot of rain, and obviously, you got to think about, track conditions with some of these horses, but she handled the slop well here tonight.
Yeah, the track surface is as good as it can be. I mean, with the weather we've had the last couple of days, the track crew has done a good job, and, it's definitely raceable.
All right, Ronnie, congratulations.
Thanks.
As the results go official, congratulations once again to Ronnie Wren Jr., a grand slam on the program. As the 3-5 exacta returns $110.40. The trifecta, $267.40. The pick 5 tonight only pays 3 of 5, $18.20. That leaves a carryover into tomorrow night's program. The 20-cent super, $47.88. That $12,148 rolls to tomorrow's program, where MGM Northfield Park estimates the pool to be $75,000. Here's the rundown of the 10th. Adorabella was 6th. Pen Paper Page was 3rd. Coastal, the winner. She's One Bad Mama was 4th. Do It Like Bobby, 2nd. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey was 5th. Dragon's Revenge, 7th. And Fantasy Life, 8th. 6, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5, 7, 8 on the bottom. Circle the 3, Coastal. 153 and 2. Up next, race number 11. Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for 4-year-olds and up. Horse and Geldings Trotters. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 4 wagering. Field of 8 with no changes. They'll be on the track in 9 minutes.
All right, we're getting down to serious business now. 11th race, start of some major stakes action, and also the start of a $20,000 guaranteed pick 4. It starts right here in race 11, $85,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for the 4 and up trotters. Bob, who you got?
I got a $12 ticket here, and in race number 11, I'm going to use the 3, 4, and the 6. You got to include the 3, Smoking Jet, former track record holder. The 6, I know my chip has made over $1.1 million against Ronnie Wren, but my top selection is the 4, Don't Take My Keys. Since moving into the Nicole Stall Barn, has been within half a length at the wire in 7 out of 8 races, and he can leave her close, and I think he's a live long shot here in the 11th.
All right, 3, 4, and 6 in race 11. On to the 12th race. This is the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for veteran pacing horses and geldings. Bob, you got a horse that's won $2 million in Charlie May versus a Millionaire section line Big Rye, and they've both drawn inside.
I'm going to go with Charlie May here. Like you said, $2 million. And this one has been in the Myron Charna, won the Myron Charna, won the Milstein, came in second recently in the Dan Patch. He's going to show he's the man here tonight, and I'll single him here in the 12th.
So singling Charlie May, 12th race, that's the 2. 13th race, featured event of the evening, one of our featured races of the season. Grand Circuit action for the 3-year-old Philly Pacers in the $100,000 Courageous Lady. Bob, it's the swan song for You Can Do It Blue Chip, her final career start before going to the breeding shed.
Well, first of all, I think that Zanata, I give her a lot of respect. She's very good, but I'm going to leave her off the ticket, and I'm going to use the 1 and the 9. Like you said, You Can Do It Blue Chip. That is the Jugette winner. Post 9, going to probably be first over. Could be tough, but my top selection I'm going here is the Cruise Alert. Cruise Alert gets a improved post, races best from the leader pocket, and I think if he can avoid getting out third, there's a big shot here at the slight upset in the Courageous Lady.
All right, going for the Ohio bred in the upset. 14th anchor leg is an $85,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for the veteran trotting mares, and a Grand Circuit winner in here, Bob, in number 4, Refined.
Yeah, I'm going to use the 4 and the 8 with a top selection, like you said, being the 4 Refined. This one was racing in the open field at Sauda Downs in the Hill Memorial, which is a drop in class compared to this field here. Ran a 152-1, came in second to Its Academic in the Tom Aldridge, and I think it's clearly the one to beat. I tossed the 8 on for a little bit of value. He's going to have some tough sledding from post 8, but with a little bit of racing luck, he could get big odds and worth including on the ticket.
All right, again, $20,000 guaranteed pool here in race 11 in the $1 pick 4. Also a $20,000 guaranteed pool in the 13th race Super High 5 in the Courageous Lady. Good luck.
Trotters for tonight's 11th race, working the way out to the track. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick forward, $20,000 guaranteed in the pool. Ohio Sire Stakes Veteran Championship here for 4-year-old and up horse and geldings. Number 1, Bamboo, owned by the Brookside Stables, trained by Edward Zubkoff Jr., teaming up with Drew Neal. 2, Jogging to the Bank, owned by Julianne and Dale Sweet, trained by Matthew Burkholder. Brad Miller catch drives. 3 is Smoking Jet, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Chris Page, trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page in the bike. 4, Don't Take My Keys, Ryan Stahl drives trainer Nicole Stahl, who co-owns with Mary Stuckey. 5, Rose Run Valor, owned by Natalie Kaufman, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. 6, I Know My Chip is owned by Brian Carsey in the Black and White Stable, trained by Walter Haynes Jr., Ronnie Wren Jr. will pilot. 7, Winning Ticket, Tony Hall drives trainer Chris Beaver, who co-owns with Zehendelar, Homan, and Burnett. And the 8, Caviar Gold. Aaron Merriman drives trainer Chris Beaver, who owns with Maines, Fleming, and Zehendelar. Back in the 10th race, Coastal gets the job done with an impressive 4-wide move across the backstretch as Ronnie Wren picked up his 4th, teaming up with Hall of Famer Ron Burke as we flip over to the 11th, where I'll land on the 8, Caviar Gold. I'm going to take a chance from post 8 here, but Aaron Merriman definitely can be aggressive with him as he left 3 back here at Northfield from post 8, 3 wide at the quarter in 27-2, and was still able to go wire to wire that day. Merriman, we'll see. Have to be aggressive tonight. Could be tough with these sloppy track conditions, but hopefully the price drifts up right now 2-1. A little too short for me, honestly, from post 8, but if that drifts up a tad, that's where I'll go. For second, I'll use the 4, Don't Take My Keys, and equipment break last time. Just draw a line through that effort. The efforts before that, Don't Take My Keys, has been razor sharp for the Nicole Stahl barn here. Of late, 7 wins this season, approaching $100,000 earned. 2 seconds and a win in his last 3 open tries. Don't Take My Keys gets a good post tonight. Can do it on the front and can do it from just off, so I like his chances here as well at 6-1. And for third, I'll use the 3, Smoking Jet, a horse that has done some good things trotting here at the Opens this season here at Northfield. Gets the best post he's had in a couple weeks. Gets Chris Page in the bike tonight. I'll put Smoking Jet third. 8-4-3-5 for me. Gold Sheet Bob 4-3-6-2. Best of luck, race 11. Still time left to wager for this 11th race. $1 pick four, $20,000 guaranteed in the pool. Current betting favorite is the 3 Smoking Jet at 6-5 as Ron Burke looks to go 2 for 2 in these 4-year-old and up Ohio Sire Stakes championships. Gate opens for the 11th. Trotters lined up at the head of the stretch. Here they come. They're off, they're trotting. I Know My Chip fires out quickly with Smoking Jet jogging to the bank down toward the inside. Don't Take My Keys just floats out. Caviar Gold left looking for position. 3 across the track. I Know My Chip. Off stride goes Don't Take My Keys. Don't Take My Keys made a break in the opening turn. Smoking Jet and I Know My Chip. These two battling out as they move across the back stretch. And I Know My Chip now working his way to the point for Ronnie Wren. Smoking Jet back to second. A little give and go here. There goes Chris Page with Smoking Jet to the outside of I Know My Chip. Jogging to the bank is third. Caviar Gold caught on the outside in fourth, past an opening quarter in 28 seconds. Then comes Bamboos at the pylons in fifth, ahead of Rose Run Valor from sixth, ahead of Winning Ticket. And Don't Take My Keys, after his early miscue, is back trotting at the rear. Smoking Jet at 4-5. Front steps the field here in front of us for the first time. It's Smoking Jet in front of I Know My Chip, who's racing second. Caviar Gold's gone a tough mile, hasn't seen a pylon. Will have to do it all uncovered as he advances up to be second. Rose Run Valor second over into fourth, jogging to the bank in the 3-hole fifth. Winning Ticket off the rail, he's third over. Excess Cover, then Bamboo and a half in 57 and 2. 3/8 of a mile left to trot. Smoking Jet leads it by 3 parts of a length on Caviar Gold. I Know My Chip locked in third. Rose Run Valor well situated second over for Kane Kaufman into fourth with 3 lengths to pick up. Then Winning Ticket jogging to the bank is hemmed in traffic, and Bamboo paired up going to 3/4. Smoking Jet the long time leader. Caviar Gold up on the outside trying trying to crank up the tempo at 3/4 in 1:26.2. Into the far turn they move. Smoking Jet, the leader, turning away. Caviar Gold. I Know My Chip gaps the pocket. Rose Run Valor moving up at the outside. Then Winning Ticket jogging to the bank, looking for a way through. As Smoking Jet will arrive at the top of the stretch with a 2-length advantage on Caviar Gold. Then Rose Run Valor and Winning Ticket. It's Smoking Jet with a pistol grip drive by Chris Page. Smoking Jet, the winner here. Rose Run Valor rallies up to be second. Caviar Gold and Winning Ticket in 1:56.1. Judges post 3-5 and a photo. Eight Caviar Gold third and 7 Winning Ticket fourth. Judges post 3-5-8-7 is unofficial. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 3, Smoking Jet. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, and owner-driver Chris Page. Trained by Ron Burke, training double on the program. 6-year-old Brown Gelding by Triumphant Caviar out of Paris, Philly by Giant Hit. Bred in Ohio by Perry Weaver. 11th win this season, 35th lifetime for the Half a Millionaire. Smoking Jet in 1:56.1. We'll send it down to Michael Carter, who's standing by with winning driver Chris Page.
Thanks, Kenny. We're here with winning driver Chris Page. Chris, Smoking Jet does it again. What a hard-knocking trotter this is. He was at the Charlie Hill. He finished fourth a couple of starts back, gets a couple of wins, finished fourth, wins again, and now he wins here tonight. What a nice horse.
Yeah, it's just fun to be part of the ride. I own a small piece of him. Ronnie Burke, he's the master, man. He's the Jedi master for sure. This horse has come a long way.
And one thing about him, I mean, he's been very good, not just in the Ohio races, just here at Ohio, but he's been in the Aldrich. He's raced against some really top-level horses, and he hasn't embarrassed himself. What do you credit that to?
Ronnie Burke for sure. This horse is just like sneaky underneath the radar. He doesn't look real flashy, but he puts the harness on and he goes to work every week, and that's what I love about him. So. What an incredible ride it's been.
Looks like he's ready to get back to the barn. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Exacta 3-5, $53.40. Trifecta $203.40. And the pick 3, $105.10. Here's the rundown of the 11th. Bamboo was 5th, Jogging to the Bank 6th. Smoking Jet 1st, Don't Take My Keys 8th. Rose Run Valor was 2nd. I Know My Chip 7th. Winning Ticket 4th, Caviar Gold 3rd. 561 827 43 on the bottom. Circle the 3. Smoking Jet 156 and 1. 4-year-old and up, Horse and Geldings, Pacers are next. Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super, $1 pick 3. Take out the 8, Gold Digger King. A field of 7, they'll be on track in 6 minutes. Pacers for the 12th race. Work their way up onto the track. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, $1 pick 3. Number 1 is Section Line Big Rye, owned by Harold Bowder, trained by Steve Bowder, Chris Page in tow. The 2 is Charlie May, owned by Don Tiger, trained by Steve Carter, regular linesman Brett Miller in tow. 3, Mackey's Back in Town, owned by James and Patty Borowski, trained by Jason Borowski, Scott Zeron, catch drives. Bottom Line Racing LLC, Operation Horsepower. They team up with the 4, Odds on Shaggy. They get Aaron Merriman in the bike for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. The 5 is Rise and Shine Seaside, owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, and Colora, trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. at the controls. The 8 Cross Country, owned by Luke and Logan Ebersol and Cody Sipe. Luke Ebersol trains and drives. 7 is One Last Laugh, owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sambova Racing, trained by Sam Scalacci. They'll use Hunter Myers. Scratch the 8. Back in the 11th race, Smoking Jet took the lead at the quarter and never looked back as Ron Burke goes 2 for 2 to start the 4-year-old and up Ohio Sire Stakes Championships here on Saturday night. And I'm going to pick him to get a third here with the 5, Rise and Shine Seaside, my top choice here at 8-1. I know Charlie May, who I put second, is the horse to beat here. At 1-5 is just a tad too short of me, getting bet here a little bit on reputation. Maybe the last couple trips just weren't to his advantage, but Charlie May, just a short price, so I'm going to pick against him with the 5, Rise and Shine Seaside, who finished second to Buy the Missile 4 back in the Charna right here at Northfield. Was only beaten 4 lengths that day, and he was used to get the quarter in 25-4. Followed that up with a 3-week break, came back to Northfield from Post 8. That trip just didn't work out. Not sure what happened that day. Maybe it was just the layoff or the big race after the Charna. He just needed one, but came back and has followed it up with 2 impressive efforts at the Meadows in their opens. Came home in 27, 149 and 1, 2 back. Last time won by open lengths in 48-4. So Rise and Shine Seaside, I think he's rounded back into form here. Hall of Famer Ron Burke already with a training double tonight. So I'm going to take a small shot against the 2, Charlie May. I'll put him second. And for third, I'll use the 1, Section Line Big Rye. The 1 and 2 here have combined for over $3 million in career earnings. Charlie May, my second choice, Section Line Big Rye third, and I threw in the 7, One Last Laugh for fourth. 5-2-1-7 for me. Gold Sheet Bob, 2, 1, and 5. Best of luck here in race 12. Please note in this 12th race, Tony Hall is driving the 4 odds-on Shaggy. Driver change here for the 4 odds-on Shaggy, Tony Hall. Field now lining up for the 12th race. 4-year-old and up, Horse and Geldings Ohio Sire Stakes Championship Pace Event. Charlie May on the board at 3-5. At the head of the stretch and picking up speed for tonight's 12th race. They're off, they're pacing. Caught him in a good line. Section line, Big Rye fires out quickly with Charlie May. These two flash speed down toward the inside with Mackey's back in town as odds-on Shaggy just floats out from post 4. So too did Rise and Shine Seaside in front of Cross Country. And One Last Laugh gets away in last as they step onto the backstretch and approach the opening quarter in post position alignment here. Section line, Big Rye wants to carve up the mile here with Charlie May on his back second. Mackey's back in town in third, past an opening quarter, just 27-2. Odds-on Shaggy continues to be fourth. Rise and Shine Seaside is patient from fifth with Ronnie Wren about 6 from the top. In front of Cross Country, and One Last Laugh continues to trail. No movement through 3/8 of a mile. Section line, Big Rye gets him lined up here. Charlie May at 1-5 gets a cozy 2-hole trip for Brett Miller. Mackey's back in town racing in third. Odds on Shaggy gliding off the rail now for Tony Hall. He'll come first up. Rise and Shine Seaside will pick up live cover second over. Cross Country third over. One Last Laugh saves ground a half complete in 57 seconds. They're not moving all that quickly for this group as Section line, Big Rye takes the field to the clubhouse turn. Odds on Shaggy trying to crank up the tempo first over. He's now up to the leader's wheel. Charlie May locked in third off a great trip. Rise and Shine Seaside second over in fourth as they go toward 3/4. In the 3-hole buried is Mackey's back in town as Section line, Big Ride tries to fend off Odds on Shaggy. Charlie May looms a big threat in behind. They're at 3/4. 124-3, 27-3 backside. Section line, Big Rye is the target around the far turn. Charlie May poised to pounce, just needs a way through. That's all for Odds on Shaggy. Rise and Shine Seaside 3 wide as Charlie May glides out of the 2-hole now. Here comes Charlie May to the outside of Section line, Big Rye. The Millionaire squaring off at Section line, Big Rye. Charlie May's not getting to him. Section line, Big Rye, wire to wire. Charlie May second best. Mackey's back in town third, 152-2. Judges post 1, 2, 3, and 5. Unofficial. The results are now official. In the winner's circle, number 1, Section Line Big Rye, lifetime win number 50. Owned by Harold Lee Bowder, trained by Steve Bowder, driven to victory by Chris Page. Back-to-back scores for Chris, as Section Line Big Rye picks up his 3rd straight victory. Bred in Ohio by the owners in Dixon. 8-year-old bay gelding by Pet Rock out of Aquatic Yankee by Cam Best. That's lifetime win number 50 and 7th this season. Section Line Big Rye, 152-2. The results are official.
Here in the winner's circle at MGM Northfield Park with the owner of Section Line at Big Rye, Harold Bowder. Harold, talk about this big horse. What an awesome, awesome horse.
Well, he's just awesome. I was so happy at Delaware to win the million, and I'm so happy to beat that tough horse, Charlie May. And finally, you know, Paige is a good friend of mine, and I'm so tickled to death to let him drive him for a few starts because Brett normally drives, and he had to drive Charlie May, and Pager's a great fill-in.
50th career win here at MGM Northfield Park tonight. And one of the things that's really nice about him, he can come from off the pace. He was good on the lead. What a special horse.
He is. I mean, I raised him, have his mom, and bought his mom in Lexington for $3,000, and she's produced some nice horses for me.
And one of the best horses that clearly you've ever had, but some of these Ohio breds are really starting to show their way.
Yeah, I feel that he was probably the first after getting the things going. He was probably the first decent horse out of Ohio, could compete in the Opens a lot, and he's 8 years old, but he's still going. So,
Harold, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Congratulations once again to the winning connections of Section Line Big Rye, the 8-year-old millionaire. Picks up lifetime win number 50. The results official 1-2 exacta $13.40. Trifecta $204.60. The 20-cent super $56.98. Complete order of finish. Section Line Big Rye was first. Charlie May second. Mackey's Back in Town third. Odds on Shaggy fifth. Rise and Shine Seaside was fourth. Cross Country seventh. One Last Laugh was sixth. Scratch Gold Digger King. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 7, 6. Scratch on the bottom. Circle the 1. Section Line Big Rye. 152-2. Up next, race number 13. The Courageous Lady for $100,000. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super high five. $20,000 guaranteed in the pool. Full field of 9 will be on track in 7 minutes. Coming out to the track for the $100,000 Courageous Lady for 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. Number 1 is Cruise Alert, owned by Our Three Sons Stable in the Neisinger Stable, trained by Jeff Nysonger, Jordan Stratton in the bike. 2, Wreck Time. Deborah DeGette trains for D-Racing Stable and Jason O'Sullivan. They'll team up with Chris Page. Number 3, the Ohio Sire Stakes champion, Terra Pasta. Upset winner there at 87-1 is owned by the Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Aaron Merriman back in the bike. He was aboard for that 87-1 Ohio Sire Stakes victory. Up next, number 4, Zanata, the runner-up in the Jugette Final, is owned by One Legend Stable, trained by Jen Bongiorno. Joe Bongiorno will drive. Number 5, Little Lady J, owned and trained by Mitchell York. Jeremy Indoff in the bike. $9,000 purchase at the sale. Now 19 for 36 lifetime as she picked up the fair final victory at Pocono just a few days ago. Number 6, Prosecco Princess, owned by the Bottom Line Racing and Kentuckiana Racing Stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Tyler Smith in the bike. A $285,000 Lexington Select sale. Starting to find her best form as she's rattled off 2 straight victories. Virgil Morgan, the trainer here of the 6, Prosecco Princess. Number 7, Somewhere Under Heaven, owned by the Jeff Fott Racing. Carsey, Friedland, and Carter, trained by Steve Carter. Tony Hall in the bike. The Buckeye Stallion Consolation winner last out just a week ago here at Northfield was Somewhere Under Heaven. Number 8, Southwind Bella, owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, Jablonski, Lombardo, and Green Racing. Trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. pilots. Moved into the Ron Burke barn, 3 back, finished 6th in the Jugette Final. Then was an impressive winner at the Meadows last out. First time Lasix. And the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip, is owned by Bill Elliott, trained by Linda Toscano, Scott Zeron at the controls. The Jugette Final winner makes her last career start here at Northfield Park in the $100,000 Courageous Lady. It's the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip. Back in the 12th race, took a chance against Charlie May. I just went the wrong direction with the 5, Rise and Shine Seaside. Is from the rail, Section Line Big Rye, wire to wire. Now over $1.5 million. Excuse me, $1.05 million Section Line Big Rye. As we flip over to race number 13, the $100,000 Courageous Lady Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Fillies by invitation. Gold Sheet Bob and I both agree here. I landed on the 1, Cruise Alert. So too did Gold Sheet here. This is a horse that finished 2nd in the Ohio Sire Stakes Final with a tough journey. Was parked out the mile. Got nailed late by Terra Pasta. Then followed that up with a 3rd place finish at Delaware. Not her best effort there. That was probably the worst race on her program of late. But she followed that back up as the beaten favorite at Dayton. This is a horse that can be closing late, and she's going to get a good trip from the rail. So I thought maybe she could be the one behind Zanata, who I expect to be out on the front. So I'll put the 1 on top here at a decent price, getting Jordan Stratton in the bike. For second, I'll go to the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip. Swept the Delaware County Jugette a couple weeks ago. Won by a length and 3/4. Got the pocket behind Zanata and just kind of exploded past her. 27-2 last panel. You Can Do It Blue Chip does have to carve out some trip from post 9, but anyone that's watched harness racing this season, Scotty Z, has done a fantastic job at working out trips. I'll put him second. And for third, I'll use the 4, Zanata, the one I expect to be out toward the front here for Joe Bongiorno. Won the Jugette elimination, then finished second to the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip in the past, but I'll use Zanata here For third, I had it 1943. Gold Sheet Bob 1948. Best of luck, race number 13, $20,000 guaranteed in that super high five. The starting cars reach the top of the backstretch. They're rolling for the Courageous Lady. Take a look at the field one last time from rail out. Cruise Alert and Jordan Stratton. Wreck time, Chris Page, Tara Pasta, Aaron Merriman, Zanata Joe Bongiorno, Little Lady J, Jeremy Indoff, Prosecco Princess Tyler Smith, Somewhere Under Heaven, Tony Hall, Southwind Bella, Ronnie Wren Jr., and number 9, You Can Do It, Blue Chip, Scotty Z. They're on gate. They're off in the Courageous Lady, and Zanata fires out quickly as expected for Bongiorno. Cruise Alert down toward the inside, and You Can Do It Blue Chip from the second tier. She's going to slide up to be third in front of Wreck Time, who gets away racing in fourth. Terra Pasta came out in fifth as Zanata has built up a 3-length lead as they step onto the backstretch. Cruise Alert trying to play catch up from the pocket. They're being followed by You Can Do It Blue Chip. Then comes Wreck Time, who's about 6 lengths behind, ahead of Terra Pasta. They're being followed by Little Lady J. Somewhere Under Heaven advances outside of Prosecco Princess, and Southwind Bella the back marker. The opening quarter goes up in 27 and 4, and Zanata on the engine by 2 on Cruise Alert, who gets away racing second. You Can Do It Blue Chip 4 lengths behind from third. Wreck Time is gapped out racing fourth. Somewhere Under Heaven races up on the outside of Terra Pasta, who's buried at the pylons for Merriman at the moment. Coming to the outside is Prosecco Princess as Wreck Time glides off the rail now. Staying in is Little Lady J, and Southwind Bella last. 55 and 4, 28 in that second panel. No breathers for Zanata tonight. She takes the field in the clubhouse turn. You Can Do It Blue Chip. Now comes to the outside for Scott Zeron, moving past Cruise Alert, who's gapping the pocket. Wreck Time trying to move up outside of Terra Pasta, then Somewhere Under Heaven, Prosecco Princess, Little Lady J, and Southwind Bella as they go across the backstretch. And here we go. The Jughead horses square off again. Zanata and You Can Do It Blue Chip. They're wheel to wheel as they head to 3/4 in the Courageous Lady in 1:23 and 2. Zanata at the pylons. You Can Do It Blue Chip up on the outside, nose to nose around the far turn. Cruise Alert just 2 lengths behind from third. Terra Pasta moves up at the inside of Wreck Time, 4th and 5th, then Southwind Bella. 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Zanata tries to hold off You Can Do It Blue Chip, who's gathering up momentum down the center. Zanata still has the lead. You Can Do It Blue Chip on the outside. You Can Do It Blue Chip getting up. Zanata holding on. Zanata, You Can Do It Blue Chip. Those two in a thrilling renewal of the Courageous Lady. Photo for win, 152 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a dead heat for win between the 4 Zanata and the 9 You Can Do It Blue Chip. After a mile, they're inseparable. 4-9 dead heat for win in race 13. Number 1, Cruise Alert third, 2 Wreck Time fourth, and 8 Southwind Bella. Complete your high five. Dead heat for win in the Courageous Lady. Back to the winner's circle. One of the two winners, number 4, Zanata, owned by the One Legend stable, trained by Jen Bongiorno, driven to victory by Joe Bongiorno. Bred in Florida by the AM Bloodstock, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Stay Hungry, out of Major Dancer by Art Major, 5th lifetime win, 2nd this season for Zanata, 152-4. Also coming back to the winner's circle will be the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip. In her swan song, she picks up part of the victory here in the Courageous Lady, owned by Bill Elliott, trained by Linda Toscano, driven victory by Scott Zeron. 3 wins in a row for You Can Do It Blue Chip, who was bred by the Blue Chip Bloodstock. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Keystone Velocity, out of Molly Can Do It by Cam Luck. 11th lifetime win, 7th this season. You Can Do It Blue Chip calls it a career in style.
Here in the winner's circle with Joe Bongiorno and Linda Toscano, both winners of tonight's $100,000 Courageous Lady. Joe, how about that?
Yeah, it was a very good race. This track's a lot different with the dynamic of it's a lot different than it used to be when I raced here. Probably not quite as fast. Maybe not quite as forgiving at certain points for the horses without as big a bank as they used to have. But I was real happy with my filly. She's just gotten a little bit stirred up from leaving with her a couple times in a row now at the Jugette and then coming here. So I wasn't able to back the half down quite as much as I wanted to. But you know what, it worked out. And, congrats to our connections and to the connections that we dead heated with.
Now, Joe, obviously you're going some quick fractions for the sloppy track. Did that concern you at all?
Yeah, I wasn't mad at myself. I was more mad that I couldn't get the filly to relax, and I tried to give her an easy score down, but I felt her when we left the gate it was going to be a handful to go as slow as I could. I couldn't quite go as slow as they went in that last race, that open pace, but I backed her down as good as I could. Tried to give her a third quarter breather until Scott come to me, and then I had to step on the gas again, and she gave just enough to dead heat.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much.
Winning trainer Linda Toscano, Hall of Fame trainer. I'll tell you what a year you have had this year. What's it feel like?
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. When things start to go right, it's almost like it becomes in the barn, and it just catches on. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been a fun ride.
Now, Linda, a lot of times when these races set up, you can do it Blue Chip and Zanata. A lot of times you get these rivalries, and they don't shape up to be what you want them to be. How about that here today?
Yeah, I kind of saw this happening, and we kind of knew we were going to be first up. We didn't want. She's so handy, Zanata, and we know that we beat her kind of in the third quarter last week. Joey went 27, and that's how we got the job done, I think, in the Jugette. And so we kind of knew we were going to be first up this week, so we were going to be at the disadvantage. But my filly raced so brave, and I'm so tickled with the way she raced because she dug right to the wire.
Now, we've heard over the last week she's going to go get to be a mommy now to sire Captain Treacherous. What's it been like to kind of bring her along and send her off to the breeding shed?
Well, she's been so much fun for me because it's been well documented that I trained her mom, and her mom was my first Breeders' Crown winner. So then having her come along and do what she's done, she's just been nothing but less than a pleasure.
Linda, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Go celebrate, guys.
An absolutely thrilling, courageous lady. You Can Do It. Blue Chip and Zanata renew the rivalry one last time here at MGM Northfield Park, and they end it in a dead heat. A lot of prices here. 4-9 exacta, $5.80. 9-4, $8.20. Both super high fives, $23.12 with the 9 on top, $23.18 with the 4 on top. There's the trifectas, 4-9 and 1, $16.20, 9-4 and 1, $21. Pick 6 not hit pays 5 of 6, $45.80. So there'll be a carryover of $687 into tomorrow's program. Here's the complete order of finish. Cruise Alert 3rd, Wreck Time 4th, Terrapasta 6th, Zanata, Dead Heats for Win. Little Lady J 7th, Prosecco Princess was 9th, Somewhere Under Heaven 8th, Southwind Bella was 5th, You Can Do It Blue Chip, Dead Heats for Win. 3, 4, 6, 1, 7, 9, 8, 5, 1 on the bottom. Circle the 4, Zanata, and the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip, 150, 2 and 4. Still have 2 fabulous races left to go here at MGM Northfield Park. Start of the late daily double with 4-year-old and up mares in the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship for trotters. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super late daily double wagering. Note Tony Hall drives the 2, Marty's Magic Moment, in 10 minutes. Trotters for the 14th race work their way up. It's mares, 4-year-olds and up here for the Ohio Sires Stakes Championship. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super late daily double. Number 1, 24K Magic is owned and trained by Ty Loy with the services of Ronnie Wren Jr. 2, Marty's Magic Moment, owned by McLean, and Berger. Danny Collins trains Tony Hall in the sulky. 3 is Herculesa. Brett Miller drives trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. and owner Jesmerel Stable. 4, Refined, owned by Joyce McClellan and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., teaming up with regular linesman Tyler Smith. 5, Toes in the Water. Ryan Stahl drives trainer Ty Loy, who co-owns with Roger Murlock. 6, Long Tom Babe. Brian Roebuck owns, Hank Levan trains Chris Page up. Sandus Commando L, the 7, owned by the Levan Stables. Levan, and Perry. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. And Hugh BD drives and trains the 8, Forceful Power, for owner Steven Sexton. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, started a late daily double. Back in race 13, an unforgettable, courageous lady here tonight as it ends in a dead heat between You Can Do It Blue Chip and Zanata. And here in the 14th race, just want to touch on the 1, 24K Magic. We just saw in the 13th that the 9, You Can Do It Blue Chip, ends her career with a win. 24K Magic will look to do the same as this is her last start. She is already in full. 24K Magic, trainer Ty Loy. This will be it for her. She'll conclude her career here in the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. For my top pick in the race, I had the 4, Refined. Won the Ohio Breeders' Championships at the Delaware County Fair, 2 back by a neck over Caviar Gold. Then we had a little bit of a tough trip from post 8 in the Dayton Oaks behind Jiggy Jog and HP Mama B. So Refined here. Thought she just faced some tough competition. Gets a good post here. I'll put her on top. For second, I'm using the 8, Forceful Power. She does have to overcome post 8. Source that was only beaten 3/4 of a length. She finished 4th in the Dayton Oaks. Just has to overcome post 8 tonight. If she was anywhere inside, she'd probably be my top choice in here. So I'm going to leave her second just from the wide post, especially tonight with the way the track has been. And for third, the 2, Marty's Magic Moment. This is a horse you might want to improve based on the way the track's been. It's been pretty speed favoring tonight. A horse that likes to be out on the front. Did make a break in that Ohio Breeders' Championship, so hopefully she can keep it together tonight. She does show some breaks, but if she makes the half with Tony Hall on the bike, she could factor into things here, as I had it 4-8-2-6. Gold Sheep Bob 4-8-2-1. Best of luck, race 14 coming up. Wings of the gate open for tonight's 14th race. Trotters swinging to the stretch for the 14th race. Here they come. Off stride went number 3, Herculesa, briefly as Marty's Magic Moment comes out swinging with Refined and 24K Magic along the pylons as they fan out onto the first turn. It's Marty's Magic Moment who emerges with the lead. 24K Magic at the pylons. Refined stays in high gear for Tyler Smith. He's driving forward outside of 24K Magic. Now may opt to take a seat and will do so with Refined, who's going to be third. Toes in the water, slides up to be fourth with Sandisk Commando racing on the inside of Forceful Power, who's advancing up at the outside past the swift 27-second opening quarter. 3 back to Long Tom Babe, who's trying to catch up from 7th, and Herculesa, after her early miscue, has caught the tail of the field. As they round the far turn for the first time, Marty's Magic Moment has the lead. Refine came out of the 3-hole. That's going to force Forceful Powers out there 3 wide. 24K Magic at the pylons as now Refine will come first up, so Forceful Power will be second up behind the big favorite as they're paired up coming to the half with Toes in the Water racing in 5th. Sandisk Commando is racing in 6th. They're being followed by Long Tom Babe and Herculesa last, 56-1, a 29-1 second panel for Marty's Magic Moment, who leads it and is trying to turn away Refine, who got steppy. Refine's off stride at 1-5. Refine has jumped it off. So Marty's Magic Moment is the leader by 4 lengths as Refine self-destructed. 24K Magic is second. Then comes Forceful Power. 3 wide on the courses. Sandisk Commando, Toes in the Water at the pylons. Marty's Magic Moment has slithered away to a 5-length advantage in 125-1. Sandisk Commando has rallied up to be second. Herculesa from the back of the pack is trying to re-rally. She's got 6 lengths to find. What a mile this would be. Then 24K Magic 4th, Toes in the Water 5th. As they come toward the top of the stretch, Marty's Magic Moment with the lead by 3. Herculesa rallying widest of all at the pylons is Sandisk Commando. Here comes Herculesa trying to get to Marty's Magic Moment. Marty's Magic Moment almost home. Herculesa final try. Marty's Magic Moment wire to wire. Herculesa second. Sandisk Commando L was third in 156-2. The judges post the inquiry sign, taking a look at your unofficial second place finisher, the 3 Herculesa, taking a look at a potential violation of the braking rule, as 2374 is on the board, unofficial, with the inquiry sign posted. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 2, Marty's Magic Moment. Owned by McLean, and Berger. Trained by Danny Collins. Driven to victory by Tony Hall. Bred in Ohio by the owners. 4-year-old brown mare by Creatine. Out of Trot to Max by BJ's Mac. 11th lifetime win. 4th this season. Back-to-back scores for Marty's Magic Moment. 156 and 2. The judges will take the inquiry sign off of number 3, Herculesa. Taking a look at number 4, Refined now, for a potential violation of the braking rules. So hold all tickets there. 2374 remains unofficial. Judges taking a look. The inquiry sign will come off the board here. 2374. Official. Exacta $233.80. Trifecta $1,962.60. The pick 3 was $59.70. 20-cent superfecta $1,993.16. And the pick 4, $122.70. Here's the 14th race rundown. 24K Magic was 7th. Marty's Magic Moment, the winner. Herculesa 2nd. Refined 4th. Toes in the Water 5th. Long Tom Babe was 6th. Sandus Commando L was 3rd. Forceful Power 8th. 7, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 8 on the bottom. Circle the 2. Marty's Magic Moment, 156 and 2. 15th race pacers are next. Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super. It's the Filly and Mare Open Pace. Full field of 9, no changes, 9 minutes. Pacers for the 15th and final. Coming out to the track, Filly and Mare Open Pace. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta wagering. Number 1, Cyclone Sister. Brett Miller drives trainer Jessica Rogner and owner Paul O'Neill. 2, Think of Galaxies is owned by the Stable Group, trained by Jason McGinnis using Anthony McDonald. 3, Blue Ivy. Renee Berkery owns. William Berkery conditions. Aaron Merriman will pilot. 4, A Delightful Act. Hunter Myers drives trainer Sam Scalacci, owned by the Scalacci Stable, Sam Bova Racing, and John Manning. 5, Fairies Delight is owned by the MT Stables Ontario, trained by Bill Rhodes. It's got 0 on catch drives. 6, Alexa Sky, owned by the Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Tyler Smith up. 7, Rockin' Bambi. Chris Page drives for owner-trainer Craig Stein. The 8 is Wait Forever, owned by D Racing Stable, Donald McRae and Capadeo Singh, trained by Bill Rhodes, teaming up with Luke Ebersol. And the 9, Creme Delight, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Canzone and Carr, trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. at the controls. Back in the 14th race, it was our third choice, Marty's Magic Moment, who got the job done at 8-1. That's good value on a horse that you knew was going to be out front on a track that's favored speed tonight, which makes me want to upgrade my pick that I didn't have here, which was the 2, Think of Galaxies. But I'm going to land on the 6, Alexa Sky. This is a horse that has made $95,000 this season, even though she missed a lot of training time. Took about a 5-month break, came back with 3 qualifiers. Back-to-back third-place finishes in the Opens at Dayton. Now comes here to Northfield Park for the first time in a while. Alexa Sky, third start off that long layoff. We'll see tonight if she can step back up and find her old winning ways. Get the job done tonight. For second, I'll use the 9, Creme Delight from the second tier, looking for back-to-back open scores. As consistent as could be here. 3 wins out of her last 5 starts. Ronnie Wren Jr. looking for a 5th win on the program. Now I'll use Creme Delight second. And for third, I use the 3, Blue Ivy. Another consistency pacer, Blue Ivy, looking for that win. We haven't seen her in the winner's circle in a few weeks, but this horse has won 8 times this season, over $115,000, just a classy mare out of the William Berkery barn. I'll use her third. 6934 for me. Gold Sheep Bob 2635. Have to respect his top pick here, the 2, Think of Galaxies. The way the track's been playing, I would expect her to be out on the front. Best of luck in the Get Out Pace. Wings of the gate open for the finale. We thank everyone that watched and wagered on our Saturday night Courageous Lady program here from MGM Northfield Park. Live racing resumes tomorrow, first post 6 p.m., featuring that Pick 5 carryover of $12,148, estimated pool $75,000. Open filly mare Pacers on gate for the finale. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Alexa Sky blasting off. So too is Blue Ivy, Think of Galaxies, and Cyclone Sister. 4 across the track as they stack up into the opening turn. Cyclone Sister cuts the corner. She's up into the front, but Think of Galaxies and Anthony McDonald drive up past her now as they straighten up across the backstretch. Creme Delight from the second tier gets away racing in third. Blue Ivy racing in fourth as Alexa Sky lands mid-pack tonight. She's racing in fifth. 2 clear of a Delightful Act who's racing in sixth. They're followed by Fairy's Delight from seventh. The 2 at the back, Rockin' Bambi and Wait Forever. The opening quarter was 27-1. Single file alignment as they round that far turn for the first time. Think of Galaxies and AMAC on the lead here. Cyclone Sister pacing at the pylon second. Creme Delight stays in as Blue Ivy comes off the rail for Merriman. Alexa Sky flushed her out. She'll be second over behind Blue Ivy. At the pylons is a Delightful Act. Third up is Fairy's Delight. Then Rockin' Bambi and Wait Forever. Halfway home, 56 seconds. 28-4, second panel for Think of Galaxies with less than a lap to go. Cyclone Sister jammed in the pocket. Blue Ivy first up. Alexa Sky well situated into fourth, second over behind Merriman. Creme Delight is buried in traffic. She shuffled back to fifth. Third over goes Fairy's Delight as they step onto the backstretch. A Delightful Axe caught in a bad shuffle. Then Wait Forever and Rockin' Bambi last. New leader, it's Blue Ivy. As they go across the backstretch, she's on top by a neck. Think of Galaxies. Alexa Sky's coming 3 wide. Cyclone Sister looking for a way through at 3/4, 124-1. As they round the far turn, you can throw a blanket over them here in the finale. 3 wide, Alexa Sky. Think of Galaxies back on top at the pylons. Blue Ivy between rivals. 4 wide from the back comes Fairy's Delight. Creme Delight moves up at the pylon. She needs a way through. Top of the stretch, Think of Galaxies. Creme Delight over the top. Fairy's Delight who's unwinding down the center. Look at this rally. Fairy's Delight. How good was she tonight? Creme Delight second. Cyclone Sister third, 154-2. In the winner's circle, the 5, Fairy's Delight, home of the MT Stables Ontario, trained by Bill Rhodes, driven to victory by Scott Zeron. Judges post 5916, unofficial. '19th lifetime win, 5th this season for the 7-year-old. Brown Mare by Better's Delight out of Away with the Fairies by Mach 3. Fairies Delight with an eye-catching rally there. 154 and 2. As Scott Zeron picks up a driving double. Official in the finale, 5-9, 1 and 6. $5-9 exacta, $50.20. The trifecta, $309.40. Late double, $262.40. And the 20-cent super, $147.96. Cyclone Sister third, Think of Galaxies fifth, Blue Ivy eighth, A Delightful Act sixth, Fairies Delight the winner, Alexa Sky fourth, Rockin' Bambi seventh, Wait Forever ninth, Creme Delight second. Top down 3, 5, 8, 6, 1, 4, 7, 9, 2 on the bottom. Circle the 5, Fairies Delight, 154 and 2. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livengood. We hope you enjoyed your evening here at MGM Northfield Park. We'll see you tomorrow night.